All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Today we will continue with the testimony of 04746. I note that Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Veseli, Mr. Selimi, and Mr. Krasniqi are all present in the courtroom. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Please be seated. Good morning, witness. Today we will continue
Good morning.
with your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to remember to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you're still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know. We will now continue with the cross-examined by the defense for Mr. Veseli. Mr. Emerson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Mustafa, I have just two relatively confined issues I want to deal with this morning. The first relates to the meeting that you gave evidence about on Friday, which began with the speech from Ramesh Haradinai, accompanied by automatic weapon discharge, for emphasis. I asked you some questions on Friday about that meeting, and in particular, the reference to Bislim Zairapi and the fact that there was a suggestion that he would be more appropriate as the commander of the KLA than Azam Sula. And I made the observation, or rather I asked the question, am I right in saying that Bislim Zairapi was then promoted after the meeting? And you responded in a slightly equivocal way, saying, we can put it this way, we can put it this way. It's for those following the note and for the purpose of the transcript, it was on page 5781. I just wanted, Ms. Lawson rose to her feet at that point and raised the need to clarify that answer, and I passed over it at that time. Let me return to it now, if I may. Prior to Rambouillet, Azam Sula was the commander, the overall commander of the KLA, is that right?
I didn't know this.
But do you now know that's right?
I do now.
And you say you didn't know it. Is it right that Azam Sula was based in Tirana the entire conflict?
Yes.
That you ever came across inside Kosovo during those 2 years?
During those 2 years of war, correct? Yes, he stayed in Tehran, I did.
And he was not a military man, was he?
We thought he was working with the logistics of the Kosovo Liberation Army. I personally thought so.
So you, as a commander on the ground, had no idea who it was that had been put in the role of commander of the KLA by the General Staff?
Correct.
And at that time, Bislim Zairapi, who you did know, I think, was a military man. Bislim Zairapi was occupying the role of Chief of Staff, is that right?
Correct.
Was in effect a military person within the General Staff, and your concern was that it should be a military person at the top of the General Staff, is that right?
I thought that Bislim Zairapi should and could be in this position.
During and immediately after Rambouillet, the existing members of the General Staff were transferred to new roles in the provisional government of Kosovo. Is that correct?
Correct.
Part of the consequence of the Rambouillet Agreement was the formation of a provisional government of Kosovo to assume political responsibility when the conflict came to an end.
Yes.
In that process, a number of people changed their roles, did they not?
Yes. That's correct.
Sula became defense minister, is that right, in the new provisional government?
That's right.
and Bislim Zerapi became Chief of Staff in the new Ministry of Defence. Is that right?
Well,
Yes.
I asked you the question, therefore, on Friday, that Bislim Zerapi was promoted after the meeting. I think you said we can put it that way. Is that what you meant? We can put it that way because he became Chief of Staff of the Provisional Government of Kosovo Ministry of Defence?
mundar me thonë.
We can say it so.
Thank you very much. Could we move into private session for the last topic I want to cover, is simply because it relates to the telephone intercept evidence, which, as you know, Your Honour, the prosecution has indicated it wishes to be heard in private session at this stage.
All right, court officer, take us to private session. Madam Court Officer, you know what to show.
Can you
We're now in public session, Your Honors.
And are you confident of what you're to show on the public record?
She doesn't, with respect, need to show anything because I can read it from the transcript.
Okay.
Mr. Mustafa, I'm going to just repeat the question and answer that you gave at the end of your closed session testimony just now and ask you to confirm them. Question from me, were you aware at the time that a number of members of the General Staff, apart from Azim Sula, who we've talked about, were located outside of Kosovo for most of the period of the conflict, and particularly between November and March, November 1998 and March 1999? Answer, all of them stayed abroad with the exception of Jakub Krasniqi, Ram Buya and zone commanders. All the remaining of them were abroad. You obviously remember giving that answer. Can you please confirm on the public and open record that that answer is correct and that it is an accurate reflection of your understanding of the situation?
Well,
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson. We received your notice. Mr. Roberts, thank you for the advance warning.
thank you, Your Honour. Yes, just to confirm that at this stage I have no questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's going to be doing the cross?
That'll be me, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Alejandra. You may proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Mustafa. I'm Venkateshwari Alejandra. I'm counsel for Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. I'll be asking you some questions. You know Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, don't you, Mr. Mustafa?
Well,
Yes, I do.
Mr. Krasniqi was a teacher and a professor, a historian during the war? Before the war, sorry.
Mr. Krasniqi is known as an intellectual, a renowned intellectual and of the Albanian liberation movement in Albania. He was a teacher, but he was also a political activist.
Thank you. And as a politician, he also became the Speaker of the Parliament. Is that correct?
well,
Yes, he was a chairman of the Parliament of Kosovo.
Krasniqi is a respected man in Kosovo, isn't it, Mr. Mustafa?
I can say that he's one of the most respected figures in the Republic of Kosovo.
Turning to the period before the war, it was well known that Mr. Krasniqi was a member of the LDK. Is that correct?
well,
Correct.
And many others wanted a strong, united Kosovo, free from persecution. Is that correct?
Jakub
Jakub Krasniqi was one of the great political activists at the time. He was creating and building trust in my generation and others, and he was persistent in obtaining a free Kosovo.
Now, you've emphasized numerous times that the KLA was not a trained army, but an army of volunteers. Is that correct?
well,
Correct.
Throughout the war to be organized, but it never achieved the structure of a regular army. Is that correct?
ashtu është.
That's correct.
Generally, when people came back, they went to their home areas where they knew the land and villages? Is that also correct?
Po,
Correct. In general terms, yes.
But wasn't it, Mr. Mustafa, that they would gravitate to the terrain and villages that they knew? Is that correct?
sagt.
Correct.
In the lapse zone, Mr. Mustafa?
Po,
Correct.
You originally went to that zone.
po,
Yes.
Some names to you. Could you confirm if these KLA members came from the lapse zone as well? I'll start with Mr. Kadri Kastrati. Was he from the lapse zone?
po,
Yes.
Bishi?
po,
Yes.
po,
Yes.
T?
po,
Yes.
po,
Yes.
po.
Yes.
Të gjithë ishin nga
They were all from the same region where we were fighting.
And during this time, because of the disorganization and lack of resources that were, people in this volunteer army frequently bought their own uniforms. Is that right?
po, i
That's right. They purchased them, they would prepare them themselves, and others would get supplies.
In fact, sometimes they bought their own guns. Is that right?
po,
That's correct.
Because the KLA was not properly equipped and struggling to build itself for the liberation of Kosovo. Is that correct, Mr. Mustafa?
sigurisht.
Certainly.
Last week, you were asked what Mr. Jakub Kresnici's role in the General Staff was. And your evidence is that he was the Kosovo Liberation Army spokesman. Do you recall saying that?
Po,
I do.
In the war, you knew him as the spokesperson, didn't you?
po,
And this
Yes.
was 1998, more specifically?
gjatë gjithë kohës së luftë,
Throughout the war, I knew Jakub Krasniqi in his capacity as a spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
The prosecution then went on to ask you if there was a time when Mr. Krasniqi occupied a second role. And your answer to that was that you had seen documents describe him as a deputy. Do you recall that?
po, këto ka ndodhur më vonë.
Yes, but this occurred later on.
You were clear on that, Mr. Mustafa. You were then asked by the prosecution to clarify what you meant by deputy and if that meant deputy commander of the overall KLA. Do you remember that?
Unë kam
I have seen documents, and in particular, when after the establishment of this special court, alleging that Jakub Krasniqi was deputy of the Kosovo Liberation Army. It might have been the case, but I didn't know him of holding such position.
Never publicly known, as far as you're concerned, that Mr. Krasniqi was the deputy commander of the KLA. Is that correct, or is that fair to say? During the war.
nëse unë se kam njohur
If I didn't know him of holding this position, I believe nobody else knew him as a deputy commander of the KLA.
Now, if I can now take you to the book by Mr. Skender Jitia. You've been referred to the book in the course of your testimony, and the reference is SPOE 0055736 to 55742 ET revised. The specific page would be 55741, please. I believe the Albanian has the same reference, or is it 55678 to 56018? And the specific pages would be 55741 to 55742. If I can take you to the bottom of the page in the Albanian version, and for the English it's on the last paragraph of 55741. Could you take a moment to look at that, Mr. Mustafa?
Po, veç jam duke por.
Yes, I'm reading it.
742 in the Albanian. Yes. Now, according to this last paragraph of the book, on the 12th of November, there were some appointments made. Do you see that?
Po shihet, nga kësh kem po shihet që po.
Yes. What was the translation?
Yes, I can see from here, so it's written here.
Mr. Mustafa, that it states here that Mr. Krasniqi was one of two deputy commanders mentioned. Is that correct?
Ashtu po shkruan.
That's correct. This is how it reads.
It says here the deputy commanders were the deputy commander for operations, Sokol Bashota, and deputy commander for support, Jakub Krasniqi. That's what the book says, isn't it?
Po.
Yes.
Mr. Krasniqi, according to this book, deputy commander for support, the difference between them, Mr. Mustafa, was that Jakub Krasniqi dealt with support and political matters, not operational matters. That's right, isn't it?
Ashtu po e kuptoj.
This is how I understand it. I understand him as a political supporter of the KLA. This is how I've always known him.
Right. And you're aware that Mr. Krasniqi is a man with no military experience. Is that correct?
Po.
That's correct.
If I can now refer you to another document. The reference is SPOE 00229-217. And the Albanian version has the same reference, but it goes into 229218. Now, this is the handwritten document speaking of the meeting of 12th November 1999 that's referred in the book, the passage that I earlier referred you to. Can you see that in this document it refers to Mr. Jakub Krasniqi as Deputy Commander for Support?
Po e shoh?
Yes, I can see that.
And would that be consistent, Mr. Mustafa, with the type of information you got after the war regarding the other role that Mr. Krasniqi is said to have had?
Po.
Yes.
It also says at the bottom of the page that the political group for talks has been appointed. The names mentioned are Jakub Krasniqi, Sokol Bashota, and Rambuya. Was that also your understanding?
Nuk e kam ditur natë.
I didn't know this back then. I have heard of Sokoldo Bruna. There are certain names that I was not aware that were assigned to this position or to this role, and that includes Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Now, on Friday, you were also referred to another book by counsel for Mr. Thaçi, A Narrative About War and Freedom. The reference is U017-6046 to 6049, exhibit ID 25. Oh, it's 1D0025. My apologies. And the specific page reference would be U0176048. And in the Albanian version, yeah, it's the same reference with AT at the end, and the page would be, okay. It's K0238068. If I can ask you to read from the passage where it says, the March's sphere of influence over the zone commanders was not decisive. If you could just take a minute to read that passage. Yes?
Want të lexoj?
Yeah.
Can I read it?
Sepse fuqia ndikues
Because the impact of the Marche to the zone commanders was not that decisive.
I'm not saying that it had no value, but I can say that it was not decisive. The zone commanders acted on their own. They used their logics as soldiers and as citizens of Kosovo.
I want to say that always something else should be borne in mind. Jakub Kresnici, the spokesperson for the KLA General Staff, were present, and he mentions a few other names, were present at Rambuye. Correct?
Oh,
Yes.
Delegation to Rambuye was also publicly known at the time as being the KLA spokesperson. That's correct, isn't it?
exact.
Correct.
If I may now refer you to SBOE 0054541. It's the same in the Albanian version. Now, Ms. Mustafa, do you recall the announcement of the provisional government on the 2nd of April, 1999?
Oh,
Yes.
This announcement, the composition of the provisional government of Kosovo included Mr. Kresnici as the government spokesperson. Is that correct?
oh,
Yes.
The composition of the provisional government was announced on the 2nd of April 1999. This document says that there was an agreement reached on the 23rd of February 1999. That's right, isn't it?
kështu po shkruan në libër.
This is how it reads.
And after his appointment as government spokesperson, Mr. Kresnici remained in that position, didn't he, until after the war?
Po,
Yes.
If I can now show you another document, SBOE 00224-611 to 612 ET. The Albanian has the same reference. This morning you told us, in response to a question by Mr. Emerson, that between November 98 and March 99, if I may just read your answer this morning, all of them stayed abroad with the exception of Jakub Kresnici, Rambuya, and zone commanders. You recall saying that a few minutes ago?
po,
Yes.
You were aware at the time, weren't you, Mr. Mustafa, that from around mid-March 1999, more specifically the 19th of March 99, Mr. Krasniqi had left for Tirana and was not in Kosovo?
Okay, could go ahead.
Yes, about this time I know, because during the bombing time he was in Tirana.
A statement that was made on the 4th of June 1999, Mr. Krasniqi was still in Tirana, correct?
Well,
Yes,
And in the summer of 1999, you would agree with me that Mr. Krasniqi was appointed the Minister for Reconstruction and Development in the PGOK?
well,
yes,
By the KLA, was it? It was by the LBD, the Democratic Union Movement.
nuk e di kush, por unë e di se
I don't know that, but I know that Mr. Krasniqi was a minister back then.
And as Minister for Reconstruction and Development, he worked on issues that were a priority, such as assessing the war damage and revitalizing the construction industry. Are you aware of that?
unë e di se në thuaj
I know that at the time Mr. Krasniqi was the most successful minister in the government of Kosovo. About other details, I'm not aware of any.
Now, last week you also told the court that the LDK supported the liberation war in your region. Do you recall that?
po,
Yes,
The LDK Youth Forum, weren't you, Mr. Mustafa?
po,
yes,
In the KLA at the time, weren't there?
po,
yes.
And from 1995 to April 1998, Mr. Krasniqi was an LDK member, more specifically the chairman of the Education Council in Drenas, wasn't he?
po, gjithherë
Yes. He has always dealt with issues of education. And he was part of the LDK, like myself.
And you also gave Mohammad Latifi, Shefki Gashi, and other LDK activists assignments to assist the KLA's war efforts, didn't you, Mr. Mustafa?
gjithu heshet
All the political leaders of the LDK in Poljevo, Pristina, and Vushkosova were serving in the logistics functions of the KLA.
And even after the war, KLA members joined the LDK party, didn't they, Mr. Mustafa?
po, më pas
Yes, after the war, everyone went whenever they most had faith into.
And one of those persons that joined the LDK was Mr. Nuruddin Ibishi. Yes, and if I may refer to DJK 00205, please. Mr. Nuruddin Ibishi joined the LDK, didn't he, Mr. Mustafa?
Po.
Yes, yes.
Shows us is also that he used the nickname that he had during the war, Leka. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
I may now move to your short time in the General Staff. The prosecution asked you on the 13th of July who appointed you or told you to come and join the General Staff. Your evidence is that you think it was the Chief of Staff, Bislam Zarabi. You were then asked if there was anyone else that it could have been. And your answer was, you were asked, if not Bislam Zarabi, it could have been Mr. Krasniqi that communicated that decision to you. That was your response. Do you recall that?
I said that it could have been Mr. Krasniqi communicating that to me, but I don't remember it.
Is that correct?
No, I'm not certain. I have very easily communicated with Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, and I cannot remember everything, but I have shared everything with him.
Right. If I can now take you to a part of your interview with the prosecution, and the reference is 082894 TRET Part 2, page 16. The Albanian version is at Part 2, page 18, lines 20, and then page 19, line 2. The English version would be lines 3 to 9. The Albanian version, it's at page 18, line 20. Mr. Mustafa. And it goes on till the next page, lines 1 and 2. Now, you were asked when you attended these meetings, were members of the General Staff, was it normally the same people, or did it vary? And your answer was, I wouldn't say always the same, but I know that it was Bislam Zarabi who was the one who was directing the reorganization of the KLA. When there were more political matters that were being discussed, Jakub Krasniqi participated. And there were other people there as well that I didn't know. Could I just confirm, Mr. Mustafa, that you say those present at these meetings were not always the same? That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And you don't recall exactly who was present at which meeting? Would that also be correct?
Correct.
Mr. Krasniqi was not present at all meetings that you attended at the General Staff.
Po.
Correct.
Participated in some meetings when there were political matters. discussed, correct?
Posso comprendre.
Yes.
You were asked by the prosecution if you were present in a meeting with general staff members where collaborators were discussed. I'll repeat my question, Mr. Mustafa. You were asked by the prosecution last week if you were present in a meeting with general staff members where collaborators were discussed. Do you recall being asked that?
Papa më kujton.
Yes, yes, I do.
Response was that you did not remember any such thing. There were more important matters for us. Do you recall saying that as well?
Po.
Yes.
Again asked by the prosecution which members of the general staff were present at the meeting or meetings when the issue of collaborators were discussed. And again your response was you could not recall details of such a meeting. However, it is fairly likely that Mr. Jakub Krasniqi was present there, was there. Those were your words. Do you recall that? You said it was fairly likely that Mr. Jakub Krasniqi was there. Do you recall saying that?
I don't remember exactly, but this is how I think even today.
You don't recall such a meeting where collaborators were discussed. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Also don't recall if there was such a meeting which general staff members were present at. Is that correct?
Saktë.
Correct.
Such a meeting, you don't have a precise recollection of the names of who was present. Correct?
Saktë.
Correct.
Such a meeting was held. You don't have a vivid recollection of what was discussed in detail. Is that correct?
Saktë.
Correct.
Receiving a document at such a meeting, do you, Mr. Mustafa?
Po.
I don't.
And if you did receive a document, you have no recollection of what was in that document. Correct?
Po.
Yes.
If you were asked to distribute any such document or not, is that correct?
Po.
So, the truth of the matter, Mr. Mustafa, is that you don't have a clear recollection of any meeting where collaborators were discussed. Isn't that right?
Po.
Yes.
You said previously it is likely, fairly likely, that Mr. Krasniqi was present. You are not even certain if such a meeting took place, are you?
Correct.
That Mr. Krasniqi was present at a meeting where collaborators were discussed. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
Krasniqi was likely to be there is based on the fact that Mr. Krasniqi attended some meetings at the general staff, isn't it?
Ashtu duhet jetë.
It should be like that.
Right. You also told us earlier that you shared everything with Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. A few minutes ago, you said that. Just to clarify, Mr. Mustafa, those were on matters that were friendly, not issues relating to the war. Am I correct?
Aspektet besimit, unë
Yes, I believed in Mr. Krasniqi, and I do still believe to the day.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect, Ms. Lawson.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And good morning again, Mr. Mustafa. Defense Counsel on Friday asked you about your membership of LDK Youth, and it was raised again this morning. Was the LDK a legal or an illegal organization?
gjitha subjektet shqiptare
All the Albanian entities were legal to us. Only the enemy forces and the institutions that were represented by Serbia were illegal to us.
Was your involvement with the LDK Youth public?
po.
Yes,
And you mentioned on Friday that you left it in 1996, isn't that right?
Po.
that's right.
I would like to show a passage, please, from the book Commander Remy Speaks. The ERN for the Albanian is SPOE 00330195. And we should please go to page 330219. And the English ERN is SPOE 00053263. And we should go to page 53280. And you say there, together with the increase of military activity, I also increased my public activity in the LDK Youth Forum. I saw it reasonable to do so, and truly, I never had the courage to leave my political activity, seeing a danger in doing so. What did you mean when you said that at the time you saw danger in leaving your political activity with the LDK?
LDK-ja ka qenë
The LDK was a political party of considerable size. And there were no specific particular currents within the LDK.
programi i saj ka
It It had a peaceful pacifist program, and we built our societies within the LDK without any difficulties.
And therefore, why was there danger in leaving the LDK?
I
don't know how this can be understood. However, since I was a member of the KLA, I had to belong to the masses in a way, and the masses were adhered to the LDK.
Were you also a member of the LPK?
Jo,
No.
kam komunikuar me ta,
I exchanged with them, I knew them, but I was not a member of.
Were you involved in their activities?
po, I kam
Yes, I assisted them continuously as a student and later.
From when?
isha von vite
Towards the end of the 80s, I was an activist as a high school student.
And if we can go to page 53338 in the English and page 326 going over to 27 in the Albanian. And we can see there you say, I was in contact with illegality and was involved in its activities since 1986. So I had uninterrupted activity with the LPK until I established contact with the KLA, namely until Zahir Paiziti saw it fit to get me involved with the KLA and open up the doors of my destiny, so to say. That's accurate, isn't it?
po.
Yes.
We finished with the document, thank you. You have testified that up until Rambuye, you didn't know that Azam Sula was the general commander of the KLA, correct?
Po.
Correct.
And you had requested the general staff to make its composition known. Is that right?
Në një takim gjithë
In the course of a meeting, we, all zone commanders, submitted this joint request.
And in the meantime, did you have your own theories or suspicions about who the overall commander could be?
ka pas për
There were rumors, but we didn't know for certain who would that person be.
Who did you think it might be?
në fakt unë s'kam menduar për as.
I didn't have anyone in mind, to be honest.
I'd like to look, please, at part 2, pages 24 going on to 25 in the English, and part 2, page 29 going on to 30 in the Albanian. And you were asked there, and Recep Salimi, what was his position? And your answer was, we suspected that he might have been the leader. That was my opinion, but we didn't know exactly. So sometimes we heard he was the commander in Drenica. This is up until October 1998. And sometimes it seemed to me that he might have been the general commander. But after October 1998, or in October 1998, he became inspector of the general staff. So even positions that themselves claimed to have, I don't know that they really knew that they had those positions. Did that reflect your opinion? You thought it might have been Recep Salimi?
I'm sorry. I would respectfully suggest that's a misrepresentation of the answer read as a whole, which is that even the people themselves didn't know what positions they held, with the greatest of respect.
I read that portion of the transcript.
Then it summarised the summary of the answer was a clear statement emerging from a qualified passage.
No, it wasn't.
Question. There's no objection on the floor.
My question was, did that accurately reflect the fact that you thought the overall commander might have been Recep Salimi at the time?
Përgjithsisht kanë qenë mendime.
These are, in general terms, my opinions as you read the entire text.
And it was also known at the time that there were two deputy commanders. Isn't that right?
Këto zonja kryetore.
Madam Prosecutor, I can say that I came to know this at a later stage.
I'd like to look at part 5, page 13 in the English, and part 5, page 14 in the Albanian. And the question was, but Jakub Krasnici's role at that time, at the end of October, was? Answer, it was known. Yeah, it was known that he was deputy commander. Question, of the general staff. Answer, there was another person also deputy commander of the general staff, Sokol Bashota. That's accurate, right?
Madam Prosecutor, we always refer to and spoke to Jakub Krasnici as a spokesperson of the KLA. The information that came to our knowledge at a later stage is what I stated indeed in front of the prosecutor. I understood about Sokol Bashota in the course of a meeting when a defense counsel mentioned fires being shot during that meeting. So he never acted, at least in relation to us, as a deputy, never.
Regardless of how you referred to the people or how they acted, you did know that they were both assigned as deputy commanders, isn't that correct?
I am reiterating, we understood this towards the end of the war and after the war.
Can we go please to SPOE 00226367, and the English is the same with ET after it. And this may be one of the meetings you were referring to when you indicated you came to that understanding about Sokol Bashota. And initially, we should please go to page 226398. Ramesh Haradina is speaking there, and at the fourth point he says, the promotion of Jakub Krasniqi from spokesperson to deputy commander. Do you see that?
Po ju thash, zotin.
Yes, and I said it. This is the end of the war, and attempts were made to change names or persons, but I have never known or recognized Jakub Krasniqi or spoken to him as deputy commander.
And if we go to page 226403. And actually, we might initially just go back one page, please, to show who's speaking. It's Suleiman Salimi. Thank you, and we can go back to the second page. And he says, Jakub Krasniqi too, with all the respect he commends, is not the right man for the post of deputy commander. Do you see that? It was known and discussed amongst the zone commanders that Jakub Krasniqi was a deputy commander.
In this passage, and we are discussing conclusions that we zone commanders already knew. We did not knew or recognize him as a deputy commander at the time. I don't remember in particular this sentence, but this is indeed what we zone commanders thought at that time.
When you were discussing March 1998 with Defence Council on Friday, you stated that it was important to, quote, instruct people, organise and direct our steps towards our aim, which was the independence of Kosovo. Why was it important to take those steps to instruct people and organise?
It was important for us at all times to instruct people because we were leaders of the Kosovo Liberation Army and leaders of the country in general.
And you were attempting to be an effective army, isn't that correct?
Po.
Correct.
Am I right that the KLA was not as formalised as a regular army in terms of its structure? For example, you mentioned already in your testimony that it didn't have ranks. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
And it didn't have a totally strict division of roles either. People contributed as much as they could, both within their formal roles and in other areas. Is that right?
We can accept it as such, yes.
But as you just mentioned, it did have a leadership structure, correct?
Structural Thaçi.
A leadership structure referring to us who took on ourselves, zone commanders and general staff. This is what I'm referring to.
And within the overall KLA structure, what level were the zones?
Gjithher përpjekje për organizim.
We have always tried to improve our organization.
And what level were the zones in the chain of command, in the leadership structure of the overall KLA?
Zonat ishin
The zones were the highest level of their organization within the structures of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
I'd like to refer to a prior statement, please. It's SPOE 00119323 at 119331. And the Albanian is SPOE 00119334 at 9343. And in the middle of the paragraph, you say there, the General Headquarters made the decision about detention centres, which I believe was part of the KLA strategy. The zone is the second level of the chain of command. I was a member of the General Headquarters Command for a short time at the end of February, early March 1999, and I was in charge of logistics, but things changed and I returned to fighting. That's correct, isn't it? The zone was the second
Correct.
level of the chain of command.
Shtabi përgjithshëm.
There is the general staff, the zones, but so the first unit is the general staff.
Now, throughout your SPO interview, you repeatedly used the word order when referring to directions received from the General Staff. It wasn't recommendations, and it wasn't requests as Defence Counsel suggested to you. It was orders. And we can look at one or two examples. Can go to part 3, page 2. And the question was, can I just show you a document then? This is a document which is dated 28th of the 12th, 1998, entitled Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff Operative Directorate, number G3/33-19. I'll just pass you the Albanian If you look at it and just tell me if you recognize it, please. Answer. I know that there were instructions that had come from, or administrative orders that had come from Bislam Zairapi. He had the authorization to do this, but I don't remember this specifically. Again, we can go to part 7, page 9, going over to page 10. The question there was, who were the other zone commanders who were present at the meetings with the general staff where the orders were given to establish detention sites? Answer. I don't recall. I know I've said that we were all there, and I told you how we received the order from them. At the end of the meetings, it's possible that we or they could give us 2 or 3 orders in one envelope at the end of the meeting. But I don't remember further details about this. What is important is that that order or administrative action was printed for each of us.
Mr. President, I don't want to make a speaking objection, but this is one of the concerns we had raised before the witness took the stand about the manner in which the interview was conducted, and so I believe that there's some leading in the question in the interview.
Your Honor, I believe this is a speaking objection.
I use the word leading, so I don't know, but I can make, okay, thank you.
The objection's overruled. You may continue.
And you did your best to the extent circumstances permitted to implement those orders, didn't you?
Madam Prosecutor, for the sake of clarification, the order, the recommendation, or the administrative instruction, bearing in mind the real possibilities of implementing them, so how you call them is less important to me. It's not important. These were tasks we were given, assigned, but with very limited possibilities to implement them. I use different terms, but I did not intend to diminish the meaning or importance of these administrative instructions from the staff.
And you tried your best to implement them.
Some of them were not even considered for implementation, many of them, as a matter of fact.
And that was regardless of whether they came from people in the political component of the KLA or not. Isn't that right?
The recommendations or orders, if you will, came from the general staff, drafted by Bislam Zairapi, and they were for us the same. However, I point out that we never managed to implement many of these documents.
They were the same. And if we could go, please, to SPOE 00119-028 at page 119030, and the Albanian reference is SPOE 00119-028. 119028. With AT at the end. And it's the same page, 9030. This is your statement before the court in 2013. And you described the KLA as having, quote, a structure and military hierarchical command that operated based on orders received from political directorate, always in conformity with the international conventions. Do you accept that?
This was my final statement in front of the court. An unsworn statement, and this is a statement I prepared and read.
Now, when there was some dissatisfaction amongst the zone commanders around the time of Rambouillet, it wasn't the structure itself or the general staff as a whole that was at issue, was it? It was just a couple of specific appointments.
There were problems at that time. There were problems related to appointments, and I remember those issues being of concern to us. To tell you the truth, the most concerning issue for me back then was the reason why Adem Demaci was not meeting the leadership that was going to Rambouillet, so that was the highest concern for myself, whereas other things that were second-hand.
So if we please go to SPOE 00226-328, and the English is the same with ET after it. And we can go to page 226357. Do you see the date and place indicated at the top of the page? And could you please read it out loud?
The 13th of February, 1999, in Drenica.
Zone commander position, if we go to the following page, please. You can see your name on the page, and the second point noted is the general staff has not been rejected as a whole. Only some persons have been rejected. That was your view, wasn't it? It was particular appointments that were at issue.
I don't remember this, Madam Prosecutor. It might have been like that, but I don't remember now. So given that there is this minutes about the meeting, probably that was the case.
And in the following bullet point, you say, quote, I do not believe that no member of the KLA General Staff has not used cheek to exert pressure, end quote. What made you think the intelligence services were being used to exert pressure?
Before the witness answers that question, can we just have a clarification as to which intelligence services it was referring to? It may be important.
I believe he said SHIK.
SHIK is the acronym for the Albanian Intelligence Service.
Clarification.
Witness, could you answer my original question, please? What made you think the intelligence services were being used to exert pressure?
I cannot say anything, Madam Prosecutor. At the time, the only priority of mine was to have Adem Demaci join the group of Rambouillet, so I don't remember of having any other priorities of any other person rather than himself.
So I presume you also don't remember which intelligence service you were intending to refer to, or who in the general staff you believed was using the intelligence services in that way.
I don't remember of having discussed about this topic. However, I don't see anything bad in that. I don't know what I was thinking back then. I don't know.
Defense counsel on Friday asked you some questions about Commander Drini attending meetings. And you've already told us that the command in Pastrick changed frequently. That was T5605. Do you remember specifically which meeting it was that Commander Drini first attended?
No, Madam Prosecutor. If you show me a material, minutes of a meeting where he was present, I might confirm or decline it. If I don't see anything in writing, I can't say anything. What I know is that he attended the meetings of the General Staff.
Now, earlier this morning at real-time pages 8 and 9, you confirmed for Defence Counsel that all General Staff members, apart from Jakub Kwasniczy, Rambouillet, and one other, stayed abroad. But that wasn't fully correct, was it? For example, Lahi Brahimaj, was he abroad?
He was not, and you're right, he was a member of the General Staff as well.
Seek a clarification. I rise to seek a clarification because this, again, with respect, is capable of causing a misleading impression. Would counsel, may I invite the court to indicate to counsel that she should be asking whether Lahi Brahimaj was a zone commander, not solely a member of the General Staff, because that is in fact the factual position. And that is why he was in the country. And she's already said zone commanders remained in the country.
I believe
Your objection is overruled. Go ahead with your questions.
And the witness has already answered to confirm that he was in fact a general staff member. I
Both.
believe you may be mistaking the time period at which he was a zone commander. Moving on, Recep Salimi, was he abroad or was he in Kosovo?
Ka pas kohë që
There were times he was abroad, but he was mainly in Kosovo.
Fatmir Limaj, was he a member of the general staff and was he in Kosovo?
nuk më kujtohet sakt.
I do not exactly remember. Fatmir Limaj joined the general staff late. From the time that I know him, from the bombing period, I think that he traveled abroad. He was in Albania.
But we can conclude that you need to qualify that earlier statement, don't you? It wasn't the case that all other general staff members were abroad.
Unë edhe kam tash mund ta merr.
You can take it as you wish, but there were people that were abroad. There were many people like Adem Grabovci, Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Javid Haliti, Azem Sula, who were mostly abroad rather than in Kosovo. So this is what I can recall.
Defence Counsel asked whether there were any members of FARC in your lap zone on Friday. That was T5725. Did you ever have cases where people came to try and join the KLA in LAP who had been appointed by the Ministry of Defence of the government in exile?
Po, ka qenë, ka
Yes, there were cases.
por ata që të nesërmen kur mos
But from the next day that they came to join us, they didn't know anything about FARC. So the moment in time when they joined the KLA, they forgot about FARC. There was no militia of FARC in the environment that I operated.
And I can remind you of one specific case. We'll need to go briefly into private session, please.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
In January 1999,
Your Honours, we're in public session now.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lawson.
So this morning, counsel for Mr. Krasniqi asked you a series of questions about the meeting in which the general staff ordered the detention of collaborators. And you gave a series of confirmations to her indicating that you didn't remember, including that you didn't even remember if the meeting had occurred. I'd like to refer to a prior statement, please. And that is part 3, page 25. The question was, I hear what you say, but I'm asking you to give me a direct answer, which is, what was it that the general staff at that meeting or other meetings ordered the zone commander or ordered what the policy would be regarding collaborators? What was told to the zone commanders to do? Rather than going and talking about other things, but that meeting or meetings of that type at that time, what were you being ordered to do? Answer. So we had the order to detain them and send them to the military court, but there wasn't a military court at that time. And at part 3, page 27. Sorry, part 3, page 29. All right. So the general staff ordered all the zone commanders to establish detention sites, correct? That was the question. And the answer, there is an administrative order that I got. I know that there is. Does that refresh your memory about the fact that there was a meeting and that there was an order issued?
Mr. President, I will just note my objection for the record. If it's for the purpose of impeachment, I have no objection. If it's for the truth of the matter asserted, then I would object on lack of foundation. Thank you.
Your Honour, it's for both, and clearly there was foundation from his direct testimony.
Yes, it is for both. Objection is overruled. It can come in as for the truth or for impeachment. Go ahead.
Does that refresh your recollection that there was a meeting and that there was an order given to detain collaborators?
I stand by the statement that I'd given to the prosecutor, but it needs to be read in its entirety. So please, I would ask you to do that.
Absolutely. Would you like me to keep reading from that last quote? So you say, there is an administrative order that I got, I know that there is, and then there was another question. Is that what you'd like me to continue? Or were you just referring to the statement should be considered in its entirety?
Yes. Yes.
The statement.
The statement, yes.
Now, on Friday, Defence Counsel showed you Communique 54 and asked whether there was a link between that particular communique and detentions in your zone. That was real-time pages 39 and 40. And you said not. So, on what authority was it that the detention centres were established in the lapse zone?
I'm going to object. Is outside the scope of my cross-examination. She put to him one communique, I responded with one communique, and it was never put to him that the communiques indirect were the authority to establish that that is the communique that was for the purpose of establishing detention centers. So this is outside the scope of direct, and if it's going to go into it, I'm going to ask for leave for recross on this issue.
Your Honour, I have no objection should counsel feel the need for a recross, but indeed communiques were discussed as the basis on direct examination.
They were in my memory, so they will be allowed, the question will be allowed.
So I was asking what the authority relied upon in establishing detention centres in LAP was.
Even before this declaration of this communique of the General Staff, we had detention sites, or detention houses, as we call them in our zone.
That's correct. And what did you rely upon what did you understand gave you permission to deal with people in that way by detaining them?
We felt the need to do so, and we based that on the military rationale.
I'd like to put a series of prior statements, please.
All right. Go ahead.
The first one is Part 3, page 19 in English, and Part 3, page 25 in Albanian. And the question was, when did the General Staff decide there should be a policy of detaining collaborators? And your answer was, there were communiques in which there were warnings that were given even before the war started, and we utilized those communiques as for our reorganization. As far as I remember from the very first communiques, there were warnings given to collaborators. The second portion that I'd like to go to, please, is Part 7, page 6, in both English and Albanian. And you say there, Mr. Prosecutor, there were also communiques before this, and the communiques gave permission to deal with people who were obstructing the work of the KLA. The giving of an order was done at that time where there were specific needs after the September offensives. Just don't try to get me to tell you what time it was given. And we'll look at one more, please. It's Part 8, page 5, in both English and Albanian. And the question there was, how did that detention location come about? How did it come to be established? On whose order? Answer, as I was saying, there were words from the general staff, and there were also communiques that were found in front of needs, and we created them. And the needs prompted it. It wasn't something that we had thought of beforehand, and we just wanted to make sure that we weren't harmed by these evil appearances. Those portions I put to you are accurate, aren't they?
I stand by them, and they are part of what I gave as a testimony before the trial today. The communique is part of my military rationale.
We need to take the morning break.
Your Honour, I have 4 more questions
Okay.
to complete my examination.
All right, go ahead.
When discussing the language of a communique with Defence Counsel, you confirmed that you were aware that under Yugoslav laws, someone could be sentenced to death for collaboration or espionage in a time of war, right? Do you remember that discussion?
Yes, I remember speaking about this.
Did anyone who was accused of collaboration in the LAP zone receive a trial and a sentence?
No.
Did anyone who was accused of collaboration in the General Staff communiques receive a trial and a sentence?
The communiques didn't in particular talk about a certain person or a certain individual.
The people were just detained or killed, isn't that right?
No, that is not right. People that were detained were not killed.
Mr. Mustafa, thank you for your time, and Your Honours, I have no further questions.
Well, I need about 5 to 10 minutes, and I know we need a break, so. Thank you.
Your Honour, just I would need a few minutes as well, if possible, please. Thank you.
Witness, we'll take the morning break for a half hour. We'll be back here about 25 till, that clock's a little strange, 25 till 12. You may be escorted from the room now. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Yes, Mr. Emerson.
Your Honour, just to indicate that I also have an issue.
Just a second. Okay.
I also have an issue that arises out of Ms. Lawson's re-examination that requires clarification through further questioning. It won't take very long, but it is important, and I wonder, therefore, if I can take my place in the queue.
Since we're being generous all around, yes, you may. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Mist. You're first, I believe. Oh, yeah. You need a witness? Yeah. Please call the witness in. Sometimes in trials you don't really need a witness, you know, especially if the questioning is just right. You can be seated, witness. Witness, the defense, at least two or three of the defense lawyers are going to ask you a few questions as a follow-up to the questions asked by Ms. Lawson. So go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Mustafa, I just have a few short questions for you. If we could put on the screen SPOE 00226367 to SPOE 00226433ET. And in the Albanian, it is SPOE 00226367 to SPOE 00226433. And I'm looking for the specific page. SPOE 00226403. And Mr. Mustafa, we are going to be pulling up notes again from that meeting of zone commanders on the 6th of February to address some questions that were asked of you beginning at page 34, line 23. And it was put to you that the zone commanders weren't dissatisfied with the structure, but with a, quote, couple of specific appointments. And that's what I'd like to follow up with you about. Actually, if we could go one page back, please, just so we see that the speaker is Suleiman Salimi. You see, this is now Mr. Suleiman Salimi speaking. And if we turn the page, you were shown this earlier today, I believe. Jakub Krasniqi, too, with all the respect he commands, is not the right man for the post of the deputy commander. So one of the individuals, certainly, that there was some expression of dissatisfaction with was Jakub Krasniqi, correct?
According to this document, yes.
Please. Next, at the last sentence, Mr. Suleiman Salimi says, if Sokol Bashota and Jakub remain in these posts, I will not report to the general staff. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it. Yes, I do.
Albanian, please. Yes. So Suleiman Salimi was unhappy, dissatisfied with both Sokol Bashota and Jakub Krasniqi, correct?
So it reads here.
Please. It records both Sami Lishtaku and then you, and this is what I'd like you to comment on. Sami Lishtaku is reported to have said, Recep Salimi, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Veseli are responsible for this situation we are in at the moment. And then you are recorded as saying, these individuals have let down their senior co-fighters. What did you mean when you said, or reported to have said, that Recep Salimi, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Vaseli had let down their co-fighters.
Nuk e di tash çfarë.
I don't know now what I had in mind at that time, but I must have certainly thought that they let down commanders who dealt with the operations, commanders on the ground. But I'm just guessing now. I'm not certain what I was thinking of at that time.
The people with whom the zone commanders were dissatisfied included Jakub Kresnici, Recep Salimi, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Vaseli.
Në bazë të kësaj që po shkruan këtu,
Based on what I can read here, it's fair to say so.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if we could also just look at the next page to provide context to that statement.
No, I don't need to show them that. Thank you. I'd like to show you an intercept, again, where you're talking about some of these gentlemen. And if we could turn, please. Just turn it. If we could go into private session, please, for this one.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you. On the issue of communiques, you've never been shown by the prosecution any specific communique which conveyed any message to you about detentions, correct? Other than communique 54.
I don't remember having been shown any such communiques.
Both your SPO interview and in your examination in chief and in your re-examination in chief, you've only been shown one communique and asked whether that communique communicated anything to you about detentions. Is that fair?
No, Your Honor, I didn't ask that.
May I respond, Mr. President?
It sounded like you were getting a little far afield from what your original discussion was, so I'm going back to the transcript. Hold on.
If counsel can find a reference, I'll stand corrected, but my questions in relation to Communique 54 specifically did not ask the question that he's just suggested he was
I believe she's right about that. I can't find it.
May I respond?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not asking now about communique 54, but now she took it back to his statements to put to him and reread his statements to him about communiques somehow sending a message which led to the policy of detention. And I'm trying to address that more broad point, which is, and I can put my case to him and to the prosecution here.
Do that, please.
Okay. Mr. Mustafa, you've never been shown any communique to see what communiques you're talking about or were talking about in your SPO interview that were connected to the policy of detaining people, correct?
Correct.
Recall any particular communique, as you sit here right now, other than 54, which we've gone over, which communicated to you that you should be detaining people in your zone? And I mean a particular communique.
Yes,
No, I don't remember any.
You were again asked or reread portions of your SPO interview concerning orders from the general staff on detentions. If I may, just for the benefit of the trial panel, as I noted in my cross-examination, you indicated that present for those meetings was Commander Drini, and that is something that you also said in your SPO interview, which is 082894, Part 7, pages 9 to 10. So your memory is that for any such meeting of the general staff where such orders about detentions were issued, Commander Drini was present. That's what you said in your SPO interview, and it's what you said here, correct?
No, Your Honor, that's not what the witness said in his SPO interview, but I'd invite counsel to provide a reference if he has one.
Let's go to the actual words.
Mr. President, we can put it on the screen, but as far as I'm concerned, that's the, and let's put it on the screen. I've read out the number, and the Albanian is 082894, transcript AT, Part 7, page 11, lines 17 to 25. The question that you were asked, beginning at line 9, who were the other zone commanders who were present at the meetings with the general staff where the orders were given to establish detention sites? Answer, I don't recall. I know I've said that we were all there, and I told you how we received the order from them. At the end of the meetings, it's possible that we or they could give us 2 or 3 orders in one envelope at the end of the meeting, but I don't remember further details about this. What is important is that the order or administrative action was printed for each of us. But you know, Mr. Mustafa, who the other zone commanders were at the time, didn't you? All of them. Yes. And if you could just list them and their zone, please. Regarding the specific issue, I don't want to point to anybody because I don't know whether they were there. The zone commanders were public knowledge. Question, if you could just, the ones that you saw present at those meetings, could you please list them? Then the answer is, again, question, can you please, Mr. Mustafa, list who were the zone commanders at the time? I knew them at the time. I still know them. They're friends of mine. They're my 2 left and right hands. So the 4th zone, which was my right hand, was Rahman Rama, the Shala zone. The Kardak zone commander was Ahmed Isufi. The Narodin zone was Shukri Buya. The commander of Pastrik was Commander Drini. The Dukajin zone was Ramush Haradinai. The Dranitsa zone, they had a change in command from time to time. I recall that Suleiman Salini was commander, and then after him, Sami Lushtaku. So I think I put it fairly to him.
Yes, but nowhere there does it say what you
This
put
is
in
a
your
speaking
question.
objection, Mr. President.
Well, it's a accuracy objection.
Overruled. Go on.
Again, if I could. My question to you, sir, is your evidence to the SPO when asked specifically who was present for these meetings where detentions were discussed, you identified as Commander Drini as being present.
No,
correct?
Your Honour, that's not
It was
accurate.
just overruled.
The question was who the zone commanders were at that time. The answer the witness gave in his interview as to who was present was, I don't recall.
He did say he did not recall.
But then he gets pushed, and this is what the whole point of the conversation is. Thank you.
The objection's overruled.
Again, Mr. Mustafa, my question to you, sir, is your evidence to the SPO when asked specifically who was present for these meetings where detentions were discussed, you identified Commander Drini as being present, correct?
Yes.
And as I indicated to you in my cross-examination, it is the prosecution's case, and we agree, that Commander Drini did not become commander until the 16th of December, 1998. You accepted that in cross-examination. Do you recall that?
I don't know the exact dates of his appointment as commander. However, Commander Drini is known as the longest-serving commander in the Pastrik zone.
Let me ask you again one other question I asked you on cross, but it's relevant because the prosecution is not asking you the question. Who specifically could have issued such instructions or orders or whatever you wish to call them about detentions at a meeting of the General Staff?
I don't know.
In cross-examination showed you 2 orders issued by Bislam Zarapi related to the issue of detaining civilians?
We received written orders from the general staff through Bislim Zarabi. It's known that he delivered those to us.
Meetings where Commander Drini would have been present and Bislam Zarapi would have been present, this couldn't have happened before December of 1998. You accept that?
I believe so.
The detention facility in La Pastitsa had been set up in November or late October, correct?
It was not established. It was just transferred from a place, from a location to another. We had already established it in the course of August 1998, so the same was carried over.
La Paștița, what time?
It could be November, beginning of November, I'm not sure.
And one final question that was put to you regarding your closing argument. If we could put that back on the screen, please. It's SPOE 00119028 to SPOE 00119032 AT. That's there. The particular page is SPOE 00119030. And in the English, it's SPOE 00119028 to 9032 at page 9030. Now, you were asked a question about the fourth, I'll call it a bullet point, but the fourth part there at the bottom of the page, a structure and military hierarchical command that operated based on orders received from political directorate, always in conformity with the international conventions. And I believe one of the things you said in response to that question put to you by the prosecutor is that you noted you were not under oath. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you use the term political directorate, you include Adam Damaci in the political directorate, correct?
Certainly. That's the case.
Confirming again, you were particularly close to Adam Damaci, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any particular orders you received from the political directorate?
You.
No.
Mustafa, for answering my questions. That concludes my recross examination.
Mr. Emerson?
Again, I'm going to ask you just one or two questions about a document that you were asked about by Ms. Lawson for the prosecution in the course of her re-examination. Can we please call up, and the page range is SPOE 00226328 to SPOE 00226365 ET in the English and the corresponding Albanian. And the particular page that I'm looking for is SPOE 00226358. Now this is you've looked at various notes from two particular meetings, and I want to just get clear the chronology. One meeting was on the 6th of February, and you've been asked some questions by Mr. Masetic about that. And then there was the second meeting during Rambouillet on the 13th of February, which is the one that you've already told us began with Ramesh Haradinaj discharging a weapon. And the passage that Ms. Lawson took you to was from the second of those two meetings. So we're now on the 13th of February, at an advanced stage of the first phase of Rambouillet. And if you look under your name, this is in the context of a discussion, as we shall see in a moment, about changes in the General Staff, particularly in the delegation at Rambouillet, but also in overall responsibility. We'll see in a moment. So you're recorded as saying, I believe it is best that our requests are not misinformed. The General Staff has not been rejected as a whole. Only some persons have been rejected. I do not believe that no member of the KLA General Staff has not used SHIC, the National Intelligence Service, to exert pressure. For me, from today, he is the elected commander. Now, I'm going to ask you in particular about that third bullet point, about the KLA General Staff, somebody there using SHIC to exert pressure. But first of all, it's very important to get the context here. Looking at the last bullet point, for me, from today, he is the elected commander. Now, pausing for a moment, this meeting on the 13th, there were the zone commanders were putting forward two possible commanders of the KLA, both of them military men, as possible leaders. Is that right?
Oh,
Yes.
Proposing Bislim Zairapi. Is that correct?
correct.
And
Correct.
proposing Suleiman Salini. Correct?
Correct.
Correct.
The zone commander for Drenica. Is that correct?
Oh,
Yes.
I actually wanted one of the zone commanders to be able to command both the General Staff and the KLA as a whole. Is that right? That's what he was arguing for, correct?
I do not know the overall goal and scope of Ramush, but from what we read, this is how it shows.
Another way, Ms. Lawson took you to a telephone intercept when you were speaking to somebody who had a possible line of communication to Yakut Kresnichi, and it was perfectly evident that neither of you knew who the commander was. And indeed, somebody said, if it's a particular person, then they're trying to screw our mothers. Do you remember Miss Lawson telling you about that? Asking about that? Sorry, I see you're shaking your head. During your re-examination this morning by Ms. Lawson, she took you to a telephone intercept in which you were one of the speakers, in which it was clear that neither you nor the other speaker knew who the overall commander was, and it related to a document.
Yes.
On the authority of the Bukoshi government, and you were eventually told that had no authority in the zone. So that was in January. Here we are in mid-February. The negotiations are going on in Rambouillet. And this 13th of February meeting, as you've told us already, was about putting a fighting zone commander, a military man, in charge to control the general staff. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
Bislim Zairapi, who was already a member of the general staff, the principal military experienced person, Ramesh was going one step further and was suggesting that you should appoint one of the on-the-ground zone commanders as overall commander. That's what the suggestion was.
Po.
Yes.
Actually, I think you were persuaded as were other zone commanders, that Ramesh's suggestion should prevail. Is that correct? That Suleiman Salimi should be given that role.
Po, correct.
Yes, correct.
The bottom, from me today, he is the elected commander. That's you endorsing Suleiman Salimi as zone commander to sit at the top of the chain of command above the general staff. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
Moment.
This is mistranslated. It's the opposite. Have him read it out because it means that I doubt anyone has been using
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. Fine, I have the point. Can we go back to the third bullet point? I do not believe no member of the general staff has not used. There's a triple negative, I think, in that sentence in English, in the translation. Could I ask you, please, to slowly and carefully read out the Albanian bullet point, which deals with Sheikh? Read it out slowly and clearly so that the interpreters can slowly interpret it into the correct translation.
Po përpiqem.
I'll try. I suspect that no one from the members of the General Staff of the KLA
E ka përdor
has not used Sheikh to exert pressure.
Again, I'm just trying to unravel the double negatives. Were you saying there that you did not think that anybody from the general staff had used Sheikh to exert pressure, or that you did think that everybody from the general staff had used Sheikh for that purpose?
Nuk e di çfarë kam menduar.
I don't know what I meant, but I believe that I was suspicious of someone making use of the Albanian intelligence service to exercise pressure.
Asked these questions by Ms. Lawson, the assumption seemed to be that that was a reference to some intelligence function within the Kosovo Liberation Army. But if we, and I'm sure if she had looked in the notes at the true context, she would not have asked that question in that way. Can we turn
Your Honour,
back?
I did not indicate any particular service. I left it open for the witness to interpret.
I'm sorry, you just seemed rather surprised when it was apparent that you were asking questions about the Albanian Secret Service.
Just go on with your questions,
Perhaps
please.
we could just turn, if we may, to 00226353. This is just 4 pages before that passage we've just looked at, so we'll be able to see very clearly the context in which that remark was made. So these are notes, and it's not clear at this stage who's speaking, but it is clear that it is in the same meeting that leads to your the comment that's recorded about you. So just pausing before we go through these. This was the 16th of February meeting, the machine gun in the air meeting. That was at the very height of the conflict between the zone commanders and the general staff during Rambouillet, was it not?
Up until that moment, no major issue arose.
Understanding the context, those who were arguing against any move by the zone commanders against the general staff referred to what you were doing in that meeting as a coup. Is that right? The word coup? This is the zone commander's coup against the general staff? That's the language people were using?
This is a word that was used, but we didn't refer to the coup ourselves.
To prevent the zone commanders from appointing a zone commander to have overall command of the general staff, who used that language, as we shall see. But in fact, the zone commanders did withdraw the authority of the general staff to negotiate on their behalf. Did they not?
Correct.
Correct.
Rambouillet, the general staff, or the members of the delegation, I should say, because it's not the same, they had the rug taken out from under their feet, didn't they, by the zone commanders, because you rescinded their authority to negotiate. You collectively.
Yes.
But SPOE 00226353. I just want to pick up the conversation that led to the passage that Ms. Lawson took you to. And one of the speakers is clearly trying to restrain a radical position by the zone commanders. If we look at the top of the page, number 1, they are asking for such a thing at the most improper moment in the whole KLA history. It would have been reasonable at any other time, but not now. The question is raised, why exactly now are we facing the biggest developments? Sorry, why exactly now when we are facing the biggest developments at a time this conference is going on, which will open a new page for the people and the KLA? Why has this issue attracted the attention of international public opinion and security services now? The security services of many countries, like the CIA, SHIC, Albanian National Intelligence Service, and the UDB, the Yugoslav Secret Service, are aware tonight about this meeting. So external intelligence services of other countries were aware that the meeting was planned to take place, is what the speaker is saying. Do you remember that being one of the subjects discussed?
There have been many meetings at the time, I don't exactly remember this debate, but I do recall that there were different discussions taking place.
Context of this note, where it says the secret services of many countries, like CIA, SHIC, and the Yugoslav Secret Service, in that context, SHIC must and can only mean the Albanian Secret Service.
There can be no other meaning and affiliation. It can only be the Albanian Intelligence Service.
If we may, 226354. Seems to be the same speaker. The rumours and interpretations that there will be a coup against the KLA tonight are very concerning for all of us. This has particularly worried the Albanian government, which is committed now more than ever in support of the KLA and the people of Kosovo. And then the words reaction of the Albanian government are highlighted in yellow in the original. Now, pausing there, you remember that at this meeting people were talking about it as a coup. You told us that. We know that somebody was of the view that a range of foreign intelligence services were aware that the meeting was due to take place and that it could result in a complete change of structure in the sense that the speaker describes as a coup that very night. Does that accord with your recollection of that meeting? It was a tense and decisive moment.
Yes, I do remember that, but I do as well remember that I spoke to the Prime Minister of the time about this issue. Probably you have the intercepts and you are aware of my talk with him.
The Prime Minister being whom at that point?
Pandeli Maiko was the Prime Minister at the time. Albanian.
You spoke to him directly. Do you remember what the conversation was?
We're talking about this topic. We're talking about these interventions through the Albanian Intelligence Service, SHIC. I believe that you already have a script of the intercepts.
We do, as a matter of fact. But it's a helpful piece of additional evidence. So it was you who was able to pick up the telephone to the Albanian Prime Minister. Were you basically telling him to stop SHIC from getting in the way of the zone commander's strategic objectives? Is that the conversation that you're describing?
Something like that. I asked him, and I told him that he is not aware of the problems that we have inside us, and I asked him not to try to exert pressure through his people on our people.
Who called who? You called him or he called you?
I called him.
And were you speaking on your own behalf only, or were you speaking on behalf of all the zone commanders when you made that request to him?
I didn't have any authority to talk on behalf of all the zone commanders, but given the concerns and the issues of concern for us in Kosovo, it was upon my initiative that I called him.
Thank you. And essentially, you called him, was it before or after this meeting? Do you remember?
I don't remember. But I've spoken about these topics while we spoke. I mean, I took it upon myself to call the Prime Minister of Albania.
We'll look for further material in relation to that. But we know, because you've told us what the zone commanders wanted out of this, let's call it neutrally a reshuffle. And we know, because you've just told us, that you called the Albanian Prime Minister to try to ensure that the Albanian intelligence service didn't prevent that. And then I want to just look at how Mr. Haradinaj then responded in this meeting to these concerns that Albanian intelligence and others, CIA and so forth, were getting in the way, because it's right at this stage. In fact, it's the page before the one that Ms. Lawson took you to in her re-examination. So if we look at SPOE 00226357, we see Mr. Haradinaj apparently wishing to bring the issue now to a decisive vote, or rather to a head. We are an army, and we are not interested about the concerns of foreign governments and the security even of our motherland. Now, who would he be? Which country would he be referring to as our motherland?
We only have one motherland, Albania.
These are manipulations and games. And then at the bottom of the page, he says, for me, the commander is Suleiman Salimi. Is that right?
Yes.
And you respond on the following page, 26358, in the passage that Mr. Lawson took you to. At the bottom, for me, he, that is Suleiman Salimi, is the elected commander, correct?
Well,
correct.
Did Suleiman Salimi then come to be appointed as the overall commander of the KLM, above the General Staff?
Well,
yes.
At that time, a zone commander of the Drenica zone, is that correct?
well,
Yes.
Now, at least there was decisive control of everything by the zone commanders and their representative. Would you agree?
well,
Yes.
And it was at that point, was it, that the zone commanders withdrew the authority of the General Staff delegation to continue to negotiate at Rambouillet?
well.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Mr. Mustafa. My name is Jeff Roberts, counsel for Mr. Salimi. I just have a few questions on one very discrete topic for you in relation to an answer or a couple of answers you gave to Ms. Lawson this morning in re-examination. If we could just go to the SPO interview, so that's part 2, page 24 in the English and page 29 in the Albanian. The ERN is 082894-TR-ET. And if we could just scroll to the bottom of the page. Mr. Mustafa, you were asked this morning, and I will read out this passage first. Question, and Recep Salimi, what was his position? Answer, we suspected that he might have been the leader. That was my opinion, but we didn't know exactly. So sometimes we heard he was the commander in Drenica. This is up until October 1998. And sometimes it seemed to me that he might have been the general commander. And I'll just complete the paragraph. But after October 1998, or in October 1998, he became inspector of the general staff. So even positions that themselves claimed to have, I don't know that they really knew that they had those positions. Can you see that from your SPO interview on the screen?
Well,
Yes.
Were asked this morning by Ms. Lawson was, my question was, did that accurately reflect the fact that you thought the overall commander might have been Recep Salimi at the time? Answer, these are in general terms my opinions as you read the entire text. Do you recall that evidence from this morning?
well,
Yes.
Recep Salimi never introduced himself to you as the leader or the overall commander, did he?
yeah,
No. He never did, and I never said so.
No other member of the general staff introduced him as the overall commander or the leader to you, did they?
Ashton.
That's correct.
Or a document during the war which presented him as the overall commander or leader of the general staff either, did you?
Sucks.
Correct.
Correct, ever since in the 25 years or 24 years since the end of the war, you've never seen any document which purports to name him as the general commander or leader of the general staff in 1998 or 1999, have you?
Correct.
That's correct.
You accept now that your impression or your opinion at the time was wrong, don't you?
比较他们是们这
There were a lot of guesses, things we thought to be true during the war that resulted to not be so after the war. So I expressed here an impression I had at a specific time.
Thank you. And just to complete this question, you also mentioned in your interview that sometimes we heard he was the commander in Drenica, and similarly, you accept that that was wrong, don't you? Because that was Suleiman Salimi, the zone commander in Drenica.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Mustafa, that was all my questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you. Anything else by anybody? Take a break. We'll start with Judge Barta's questions. Then we'll take a break for lunch after he's finished and come back and see if anybody else has any questions. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Mustafa. I have a couple of questions for you. And my first question is the following. Last Friday, during your cross-examination by Mr. Misetic for the Thaçi defense, you said the following, and I'm quoting from last Friday's transcript, page 5717, lines 10 to 18. Question. And the KLA that you were forming was an entirely volunteer army, correct? Answer, correct. Even if we wanted, if we didn't want to organize, the population, people themselves would have organized. But it was important to instruct people, organize, and direct our steps towards our aim, which was the independence of Kosovo. Question: but volunteers means that people could come and leave whenever they pleased, correct? Answer: correct, certainly. Mr. Mustafa, could you explain what you mean with this? Does it mean that every KLA soldier was able to leave the battlefield, his comrades, and go home whenever he wanted?
We tried, Your Honor, to create order to tell them that they cannot do so. However, if one of them wanted to leave, they would leave and we would not see them again. We also had occasions when a soldier would leave and come back.
Just to understand your answer, so does it mean, for example, if you gave an order to a soldier in your operational zone, did you expect that the order to be obeyed by the soldier? Or could the soldier simply ignore the order and go home if he wanted to?
It was not as so simple to leave. However, the army was voluntary and its members can leave and go back to their homes. There would not be any consequences for them if they did so. We tried to put order. We tried to have our orders executed and followed. We often achieved this goal.
Thank you. My next question is the following. According to last Friday's transcript, page 5719, lines 5 to 7, you said that you believe that it was rather you who provided logistical support to the General Staff than the General Staff to you. You remember saying that?
I said, and I did so, I helped with logistical supplies, the General Staff, more like shoes, uniforms, vehicles. There were also 2 radio communication devices mentioned in the process, but they are unimportant. I contributed and helped the General Staff with logistical supplies more than the General Staff could help me in the lab operative zone. I even organized convoys of wheat after the September offensive to supply various parts of the country with food. I organized the delivery and distribution of food supplies to various parts of Kosovo from Pristina.
Mr. Mustafa,
flour supplies.
And these convoys too.
To the regions engulfed in war, Drenica and around, we took this initiative and organized convoys to deliver flour. These are known facts, Your Honor.
Is that right?
The General Staff also benefited from these goods or supplies.
I repeat my question. Did you send these things to the General Staff? To Drenica, for example?
I only informed the General Staff about this action I was undertaking. The amount of these goods was considerable and was meant for the population in areas where fighting was ongoing.
Thank you. Mr. Mustafa, last Friday, You were asked by Mr. Misitic about a document dated 16 December 1998 and allegedly signed by the Chief of the KLA General Staff, Colonel Bislim Sirapi. I refer to, for the record, last Friday's transcript, page 5742, line 5, to page 5744, line 9. Madam Court Officer, could you please put Exhibit 1D 30 for us on the screen? This is SPOE 00225-260 in the Albanian and SPOE 0022-5260-ET in English. Thank you. Mr. Mustafa, do you remember seeing this document on Friday?
Yes, I know we saw this document.
It says under paragraph 1, and I will read it, the commanders of the operational zone must strengthen their control, engaging other command members as well as commanders of the military police to immediately stop the negative phenomena of maltreatment of individuals or their private property. First of all, Mr. Mustafa, to your knowledge, were there such phenomena of maltreatment of individuals or private property in your operational zone, or to your knowledge, elsewhere in Kosovo?
I don't remember any of this being a phenomenon. There were certainly isolated cases, which I don't remember now.
My next question is, if you can answer that question, why was it necessary, from your point of view, to prepare and send such a document to the operational zone commanders?
I can't comment any further on this, Your Honor. I cannot think of something in particular that would explain the reason why right now.
Thank you. If you look at paragraph 4 of the document, it says the arrest, detention, or imprisonment of individuals without the order of the brigade commander or a higher rank is banned, except in critical war situations or when there are criminal acts against members of the KLA, individuals, or the civilian authorities. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is what would be such a criminal act, for example? I'm asking you, Mr. Mustafa, as a former operational zone commander and as a lawyer.
The endangering of Kosovo Liberation Army members or the endangering of the mission of the war in general.
Would collaboration with the enemy fall under the term criminal act?
I wouldn't be able to express myself in a very precise manner, but I know it is banned.
By the way, that reminds me, Mr. Mustafa, on Friday you said in response to a question from Mr. Misitic, and I think it was also mentioned during the redirect by the SBO today, that you were aware that under the 1976 Yugoslav Criminal Code, someone could be sentenced to death for collaboration in time of war. Do you remember saying that on Friday?
Yes, it is understood with respect to collaborators with enemy forces. It's a provision in the criminal code.
For the record, the reference is last Friday's transcript, page 5727, lines 22 to 25. Mr. Mustafa, could you please clarify what you meant with this? I assume that you were not suggesting that the KLA actually applied the 1976 Yugoslav Criminal Code in 1998, 1999, right?
At the time, I personally and my staff members never mentioned this code. We had no reason to use it or make a reference to it. However, we knew the law and the international law, and based on these provisions, we decided to detain every individual who would get in our way to impede or obstruct our mission, our military mission.
Thank you. And Mr. Mustafa, if you could look at paragraph 6 of the document, which reads in the English, those who commit these criminal acts or abuse the military discipline should face immediate consequences, isolation, disarming, and prosecution by the KLA military court. Can you see that?
Yes.
Aware, Mr. Mustafa, of any such consequences, that is isolation, disarming, or prosecution by a KLA military court? I believe that you already mentioned during your examination by the prosecution last week 2 or 3 occasions where soldiers were shooting a weapon or where there was a brawl among soldiers under your command. Is that right?
Yes. But there was no military court to take them to because there were no functional military court.
Sorry, for the record, this was from transcript of 12th July 2023, page 5541, lines 18 to 19. Mr. Mustafa, my next question is, were there other cases, for example, that a soldier of the KLA was isolated, disarmed, or prosecuted because he mistreated a detained person? Can you remember that?
No, I can't remember.
Last Friday, Mr. Mustafa, you also said, I think it was during cross-examination by the Veseli defense, and I quote, "In a regular army, orders are to be complied with. However, even orders, when they reached us at the time, were interpreted as recommendations by us. We believe that we knew the situation on the ground better than the general staff." This is from last Friday's transcript, page 5767, lines 2 to 5. My question is, what situation do you mean here? Do you mean the military situation on the ground?
Yes, the military situation in general, the war environment.
Thank you. And you further said, Mr. Mustafa, on Friday, and I refer to last Friday's transcript, page 5769, lines 1 to 3. I quote, "The war ended before the General Staff was able to acquire the status of a respected hierarchy, that would be able to issue orders to its commanders, end of quote. Could you explain what you mean or what you meant with this? Do you mean orders concerning specific military matters or operations, or concerning all possible matters?
All possible aspect possible. The highest level of the KLA, the General Staff, never became functional up to the end of the war, and never achieved that level of organization that we hoped for and we were waiting for.
Thank you. According to last Friday's transcript, page 5745, lines 7 to 9, Mr. Mustafa, you told us in response to a question from Mr. Misitic that in 1998 there was a draft of a constitution that never came into force, which was called the Constitution of Kačanik. Can you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you please tell us more about this draft? For example, who prepared it, when and where it was prepared, and why it did not come into force?
After the MPs left the Kosovo institutions, the Kosovo Assembly, which was not recognized by former Yugoslavia, drafted a constitution in 1990, which was named the Constitution of Kačanik. The preamble of this constitution is brief and clear. However, the Albanian people never managed to implement this.
Can you remember who prepared the draft?
A parliamentary commission of the Kosovo government at that time, of the Kosovo Assembly at that time.
Thank you.
All right, we'll break at this time for lunch. Please be back at 2:30. Madam Court Officer, you may escort the witness out. Just so everyone knows, Judge Barta still has a few more questions. We'll take those up first and then see who else has questions for us. We'll see you at 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. You can be seated. Witness, we continue with the examination by Judge Barta. And then some of the other judges may have questions. You're getting close to the end. We appreciate your patience and attention. Possibly you'll be finished today. We'll see. So, we'll begin. Judge Barta.
Thank you, Mr. Judge Smith. Again, good afternoon, Mr. Mustafa. Can you hear me?
Well,
Yes.
Questions in relation to two individuals, namely Nuruddin Ibishi and Latif Gashi. If I'm not mistaken, you told us last week that Nuruddin Ibishi, nicknamed Leka, was chief of staff in your operational zone, that it was your ultimate decision to appoint him, and that he reported, Nuruddin Ibishi reported to you. I refer to the transcript of 11 July 2023, pages 5484 to 5485. Is that correct? Well,
Yes.
according to your testimony on the same day, that is 11 of July, he, that is Nuruddin Ibishi, was initially the commander of Brigade 152, and then Arif Mukhali in October or November 1998 succeeded him. This is from transcript of 11 July 2023, page 5500, lines 5 to 13. However, on Friday, during your cross-examination by Mr. Misitic for the Thaçi defense, you confirmed in relation to a document, Exhibit P 00181 at SPOE 00226671, that Leka or Mr. Ibishi was the chief of staff and also commander of Brigade 151 at the time. So my question is, what is correct? Was Nuruddin Ibishi commander of Brigade 151 or of Brigade 152?
niçin epazete dü kançane kaç
152. This is what I've said all the time.
Unfortunately, Mr. Mustafa, this is not what you said all the time, at least not in this trial, not here in this courtroom. As I said, you confirmed, upon questioning by Mr. Misitic for the Thaçi defense, that Leka or Mr. Ibishi was commander of Brigade 151. So are you sure that he was commander of Brigade 152? And if so, who was commander of Brigade 151?
komandanti brigados
The commander of Brigade 151 was Idris Shabani, by the nickname of Lufta. The commander of the Brigade 152 was Leka, Nuruddin Ibishi, up until Arif Mukhali, known by the nickname of Profa, replaced him. I apologize for any mistake.
Thank you. And my next question is, Mr. Mustafa, can you recall when Mr. Ibishi became commander of Brigade 152, and when did he become your chief of staff, if you know?
Goat Montelvisem
The time may change, but he played the role of the brigade commander from July or August 1998. Whereas sometimes in October, or probably even later than that period of time, he became the chief of staff for the operational zone.
And as to Mr. Latif Gashi, nicknamed Lata, you told us that he was the head of the intelligence service in your operational zone. Is that correct?
Po, exakt.
Yes, that's correct.
That you were the one who appointed him, right? Latif Gashi.
Po, Zotë Gjyqtar.
Your Honor.
When did you appoint him?
Zotë Latif Gashi.
Mr. Latif Gashi and the soldiers that were friends with me, they were appointed earlier in time. So probably I asked Mr. Latif Gashi to fulfill these tasks in June 1998. Namely, I asked him to take care of the units, of the armament issues, as well as to take care of the people that were with us at that time.
And when did you appoint him, Mr. Latif Gashi, as head of the intelligence service in your operational zone? When was that?
Emrimi ka ardhur pas
The appointment happened after the reorganization, probably a little bit before the September offensive. So after the other superiors were appointed, such as, for instance, Nordini Bishi, Kadri Castrati, and many other superiors that were appointed in the zone. So that was when I reconfirmed him in office.
Thank you. And after Mr. Latif Gashi became the head of intelligence service, what exactly was he doing? What were his tasks and his responsibilities as the head of the intelligence service in your zone?
detyrat kuptuan për kujdesin e
His tasks and responsibilities were related to taking care of the units in the zone, as well as collect information through our units, our activists, our soldiers. He was responsible to collect every information that was of some use to us.
Was he also involved in gathering information about possible collaborators?
ato zote gjykatës na
Your Honor, those types of information should come from the units in the ground, from the people that we had in every village. Every village in our region was covered. Therefore, those people in the region or in the villages were responsible for reporting up until the staff of the zone.
Does that mean Mr. Gashi was not involved in gathering information about possible collaborators?
jo, ai e dinte këtë gjë.
No, he was aware of that.
Maybe it's a matter of translation, but I have to repeat my question. Was he involved or was he not involved in gathering information about possible collaborators?
Po, ai ishte I përfshirë.
Yes, he was involved. He was a member of the command of the zone, and that is something that all of us asked for.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mustafa, where was Mr. Gashi or the intelligence sector based from October 1998 until the end of March 1999?
S'kam pas lokacion.
They didn't have a special location.
Was the intelligence sector based in La Pastiche, where you were based from October 1998, if I remember correctly?
Po, aty.
Yes, there. His assistant, Husri Dala, was with me. He stayed with me. He was accommodated at the same place where I was staying. He was as well staying.
And where was the military police in your operational zone located or based?
It was always located near to myself. As the prosecutor or the defense counsels already highlighted it, they were located about 200 meters away from where I was staying.
And what was the relationship between the military police and the intelligence sector in your operational zone?
There was no specific relation. Mr. Gashi was a soldier, he was a warrior, everyone knows him, and he mostly was keen to be in the front line. And he has been very much on the move. He was as well engaged in logistics and in general works of the KLA.
During the time period from October 1998 until the end of March 1999, was the military police part of the intelligence service?
No, Your Honor. They were the military police. They were a sector of the operational zone.
And Mr. Mustafa, what was the relationship between Latif Gashi and Natsif Mehmeti? Was one of the two superior to the other, or were they on the same level?
Latif Gashi was a member of the command. He was equal to other members of the command, whereas Nazif Mehmeti was the representative of the police of the operational zone of LAP.
So in other words, Latif Gashi was superior to Mr. Mehmeti. Is that what you said?
No, I'm not saying that. But in terms of ranks, he was higher up in the ranks.
Right.
Yes.
And I assume that Mr. Gashi, as head of the intelligence service of the lab operational zone, reported to you. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That was the case.
And could it be that Mr. Gashi also reported directly to the KLA General Staff or to individual members of the KLA General Staff?
I apologise, and it may just simply be a question of wording, but could it be, anything could be, the question really should be, did it happen?
Thank you very much. I repeat my question. Could it be that he also reported Mr. Gashi directly to the KLA General Staff or individual members of the KLA General Staff? Or can you rule that out?
I have never been aware of the fact that Latif Gashi ever reported to anyone beyond the zone that I headed.
So you cannot rule that out. Is that what you're saying? Or
I have never heard that Mr. Gashi reported to any of the members of the General Staff or to the General Staff itself.
thank you very much. I have no further questions.
All right. Judge Metro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Mr. Mustafa. I have quite a few questions for you, and I will go through some of the evidence that you've already given just with a view to ensure that I have a correct understanding of how your zone functioned at the relevant time. Now, do I understand correctly that Mr. Kadri Kasrati was your deputy within the zone? Is that correct?
Correct.
You've just told Judge Barte, Nassif Mehmeti acted as the head of the military police for the zone, correct?
Correct.
Latif Gashi was the head of the intelligence sector, again, for your zone.
Yes.
His death, we'll come to that in a moment. Hizri Tala was Latif Gashi's deputy, is that right?
I can't say he was his deputy, but they were very close to one another. They worked together. I can't say like that. Hizri Tala, like I said before, was planned to be a very important person in the zone.
That he acted as a subordinate of Latif Gashi until his death in late 1998.
We can put it like that.
And I have a document here that suggests Mr. Tala would have died on the 4th of December of 1998. Is that consistent with your own memory of these events?
Yes.
And a week later, I think it's on the 11th of December, you issued a press release to report on this death. It's Exhibit P51. Do you recall that document?
I recall that I've issued a document about that event, but I have forgotten about it now. If I see it, I can confirm it.
Necessary, but do you recall pointing out that he had made an important contribution to your zone while alive? Do you recall saying that?
Yes. Yes. I have said that all the time.
And just to be clear, other than his being of some assistance to Mr. Gashi within the intelligence sector, was Mr. Tala ever appointed to another position within the sector?
No, Your Honor.
And I want a clarification on the role of Fatmir Humoli, because I understand he's had two different functions, and I'll tell you what I understand your evidence to be, and please correct me if that's incorrect. Fatmir Humoli was Assistant Commander for Morale from June 1998 to October 1998, and then Commander of the Civil Administration from October 98 onwards. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was confused while I was talking with the prosecutor about Adon Murati and Fatmir Humoli.
And I want to be clear also about what I understand you to say, and again, correct me if the proposition is incorrect, but I understand you to say that you trusted these subordinates I've just named and listed, and you gave them quite a bit of leeway in the exercise of their own functions and responsibilities. Is that a correct understanding of your evidence?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
First, that you created a number of sectors within the zone, and I won't come back on all of them. It's on the 11th of July, page 5485 onwards. You created these various sectors, logistics, intelligence, morale, and so on and so forth. Is it right that when you created these sectors, you'd appoint someone to head that sector? Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, that's correct, and that's what I said.
Wouldn't be a sector without the head of that sector. Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct.
And those sectors were reporting both to you and your chief of staff, Mr. Ibishi. Is that right?
Yes.
For a more geographical question, is it a correct understanding that Podujevo was coming within the geographical scope of responsibility of your zone?
Yes.
Go back to Mr. Mehmeti, Nassif Mehmeti. You've answered a few questions from my colleague Judge Barte, the head of your military police. On Tuesday last week, that's the 11th of July 2023, it's page 107 of the provisional transcript, you ask who Nassif Mehmeti reported to by the SPO, and you mention that he reported to your chief of staff, to your deputy, and to yourself. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And following on what Judge Barte just asked you, is it also correct to suggest that Mr. Mehmeti during that time was subordinated to and received orders and would be reporting to Mr. Latif Gashi? Is that right?
And this is not clear to me.
There's a statement, or the statements, I should say, given by Mr. Mehmeti. I'll read one of them. It's SITF 0069032. It's a statement he gave on the 28th of January of 2002. And he said this. He was being asked about his relationship with Mr. Latif Gashi, and he says this: according to my hierarchy, I was accountable to the head of Sheikh, Latif Gashi. His nickname was Lata. And then it exchanges, and he says, who could give you orders if you can state names? That's the question. And his answer is Commander Lata and Commander Remy, the commander of the LAP zone. So is that account of Mr. Mehmeti, his understanding that he was accountable to the head of Sheikh, Mr. Latif Gashi, and that he was receiving orders from him consistent with yours?
I believe that it was clear to Mr. Nazif as well that his task was to report to the zone staff, that is, to the zone staff that was chaired by myself. I don't wish to comment his statement in front of the panel.
Well, I'm simply asking you whether your understanding is different from yours. I can read another statement he made, this time to the SPO. He said, and I quote, Latif Gashi was one of my superiors. Is your understanding different from Mr. Mehmetis himself that Mr. Gashi was in fact one of his superiors at the time?
Your Honor, the usual way on how sectors would report was that they were supposed to report to the Chief of Staff, to my deputy, and to myself. I don't know what Mr. Mehmeti wanted to say by that statement of his. Whereas the members of the command, they were higher up in the hierarchy, in the ranking, and they were, of course, higher up than Mr. Mehmeti.
So let me ask you this. When he says that he received orders from Latif Gashi, it's not something you're aware of. He was receiving orders from Latif Gashi and you are not aware that he did. Do I understand that correctly?
No. I've never known this. It's fair to say that.
Gashi was a subordinate of yours, correct?
Yes.
The setting up of a military police unit within your operational zone was, in effect, the implementation of instructions that you had received to that effect from the general staff. Is that a fair proposition?
It can be fair, it can be called that way, although we had already started to consolidate the military police in the zone before we got that suggestion from the staff.
But just to be clear, you got an instruction from the general staff to establish a military police unit and proceeded to do so and to complete that setup, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to ask you about something else you were asked already about, and that's the time of the appointment of Mr. Latif Gashi as the head of your intelligence sector. And I think you expressed last week, Tuesday, that you could not remember the exact date, and I will try to see if we can get closer to that date together. The first thing I want to ask you is whether that's correct, that before Mr. Gashi was appointed to be the head of the intelligence sector in your zone, whether anyone else had held that position, or whether Mr. Gashi was the first to hold that position.
No, Your Honor. Up until the moment in time when we are talking about, we simply were friends. We tried to take care of all the tasks, and in that group of friends, I had more of a leadership initiative, and I took upon myself the position of the commander. This is how it went. This is how it was established, and this is the way in how we were organized within ourselves. It's interesting to see the developments from our organization up to the establishment of the general staff and the developments after the war.
With respect, sir, I wasn't asking about you, I was asking about Mr. Gashi, Latif Gashi. Now, I have a statement from your head of morale, Mr. Humoli, who says, and I quote, that Latif Gashi was the one in charge of that role, head of intelligence, since the formation, since the birth of the LAP operational zone. Is that correct? In other words, at all relevant times, Mr. Gashi had that position. There was no one before him to hold it. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, Your Honor. And I stated this earlier on, that even before the confirmation decision, he had this role, played his role upon an authorization from his comrades, myself.
to ask you now about a specific case. We're going to come back to it a couple of times, and that's something you were asked about last week on Wednesday, the 12th of July, and it's the release of Mr. Milovan Stankovic. Do you remember discussing this?
Yes.
You told this panel that he was arrested on the assumption that he had been acting on behalf of the Serbian security services. Is that a correct understanding?
No, Your Honor. He was wearing a Serbian uniform, carrying an officially issued weapon, Serbian weapon, and bumped into my soldier's position and was, as a result, apprehended.
So just to be clear, he was being arrested because of this uniform and holding a gun, and not because of suspicions of association with the Serbian security? Do I get that right?
Our soldiers did not recognize him at all when they met him. They treated him as any ordinary person wearing a uniform and carrying a weapon, as a result of which they certainly arrested him and brought him to the military police premises. It was later on found out that he was a forest ranger, as he himself indicated. We also knew that he was an employee of the public Serbian security, and we suspected that in his capacity as a forest ranger, he might have additional assignments or tasks.
I see. Can we please see Exhibit P167? It's ERN U001-0504-U001-0504 ET, and the same in the Albanian. So I want to see a couple of things on this document with you, which, well, let me first ask you that. Am I right to think that you are familiar with that document?
No, Kenya. I am not. I don't know this document.
That you saw it, for example, during your trial in Kosovo. Do you recall seeing that document during your trial?
I don't remember it, Your Honor.
Discussing it during the SPO interview?
If you permit me to read it, it might help me to remember.
Tell me when you've reached the end of the document.
I am unable to remember this document, Your Honor.
I'll ask you a few questions on it. First, can we go to the bottom of the page, and can you look at the signature on the right-hand side in the Albanian? Do you recognize that signature, sir?
No, I don't. And this is the reason why I indicated that I'm unable to recognize the document.
The document says that the investigation into the allegations against Mr. Stankovic were conducted by the Secret Intelligence Service of your operational zones. Do you see that?
Yes, I read the document as a whole.
Just doesn't it that the sector was already operational at that time? Is that right?
I don't believe we can speak of a functional thing at the time we're referring to.
Functional enough to investigate the case of Mr. Stankovic, yes?
Your Honor, the entire conversation with Mr. Stankovic was of an administrative nature. There was no investigation. He was not being investigated. He was uniformed. He had a distinctive enemy sign, and we had nothing else to investigate further with him.
And if the signature on that document is not yours, sir, can you tell us who would have had the authority to release Mr. Stankovic?
I believe I released Mr. Stankovic, but I did not draft this type of document, though.
Are you sure that you did release Mr. Stankovic, or is it an assumption, sir?
Either I was told that he was released. However, this was not that important to me so that I would remember it exactly.
I'll come back to it in a moment, sir, but is it also possible that he was released by the security intelligence sector?
No, not without being authorized by the staff of the zone, Your Honor. Nobody could do so.
In a sec. Now, do you recall being asked by the SPO about a visit of members of the general staff on or around 17 or 18 of August of 1998, and being shown an excerpt of a book about that visit? Do you recall that?
I remember discussing this matter, yes.
And do you recall that as part, and if necessary, well, we'll go to the book, but do you recall that as part of your delegation, the delegation from your zone, Mr. Tala and Mr. Gashi, Latif Gashi, were members of your delegation during that meeting? Do you recall?
I do recall, Your Honor, yes.
And may I take it that they were there during that meeting in mid-August of 1998 in their respective capacity as head of the intelligence sector and as, I won't use the word deputy, but as subordinate to Mr. Gashi? Would that be correct?
This is how it should be, since we said that they were there.
And I want to ask you about something you've again discussed a little bit with Judge Barte a moment ago. That's the process of identifying so-called collaborators. And at this stage, I will stick to the zone level. So I'm going to put to you a number of propositions as to how this was being done. And you tell me whether you agree or not. And maybe it's helpful to you that it comes from a statement given by your head of morale, Mr. Humoli. He says this, and again, I just ask you to say whether that's consistent with your own views. He says, it was the responsibility of any or all members of the KLA to identify those who could be collaborators. Do you agree with that general proposition?
Yes.
That as a second step, the KLA member who would come in possession of such information would then pass it on to his superior. Again, is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, this was the normal way of doing things.
This information would then be passed on to the military police and to the intelligence sector. Is that again consistent with your view and understanding?
I only know that the intelligence service could never get consolidated following the killing of Hizritala.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm not asking about this. I'm asking whether once the information has gone to, let's say, an officer, that the information is then passed on to the military police and the intelligence sector so that they can perform their own functions. Would that be correct?
I don't know to whom they would have reported with respect to the intelligence sector, because it was not functional.
I'll come to that in a moment, sir, but at this stage I'm one level below. What I'm trying to understand is once an officer of the KLA, someone who is more than a foot soldier, receives from a foot soldier information about a suspected collaborator, is it a fair proposition, as Mr. Humoli said in his interview, that the information is passed on to the military police and the intelligence sectors, yes?
Yes, however, we did not have a consolidated intelligence sector. Such information would usually end up at the hands of the brigade commander. If the matter was of greater importance, then it would be passed on to the staff and to me.
I'll come back to that in a second, but anywhere else, sir, if it was something of great importance, other than the staff and yourself?
It would end with us, because there was nowhere else it would go to.
That then in a minute, but I want to ask you about that scenario. Let's say there's suspicion about an individual and the order is given that this person should be detained. Now, I understood you to say that any member of the zone command could give an order to arrest a suspected collaborator. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes.
And again, correct me if my understanding is incorrect, but I understand your evidence to be that there was a general order to arrest suspected collaborators that had come from the general staff. Do I get that right?
There was an order from the general staff, but this was not a very sensitive matter. I'm reiterating, we've grown tired of talking about this matter after the war, but this is highly exaggerated, and it was absolutely not a priority for us. However, things that happened. People who were detained were indeed detained, but it was not of proportions as we're speaking about it now. A lot of what is said in respect of this matter are rumors and guesses.
You considered it not to be a priority, but you nevertheless went about implementing that order, correct?
Yes, but we did not talk about this matter every day, because were not daily occurrences. These were rare events, and they were not much talked about within our bodies or entities.
The things the general staff asked you to do was to set up detention facilities for these individuals. Is that correct?
We had the detention house already before the order or instruction or recommendation, as you wish to call it.
Slash directive, whatever we want to call it, when it came in to you, the general headquarters asked you to set up detention facilities for collaborators, correct?
Yes, but we already had those premises set up.
Also asked you, if I understand correctly, to find suitable places for these detention facilities. Is that correct?
The instruction, the recommendation we read contained this information.
About finding these suitable places for such places when that did not already exist. Is that right?
This location existed, Your Honor.
So there was no need to find a new one. Is that your evidence?
Correct. We already had it.
And in these general directives or instructions they also gave you general instructions about how to run these facilities. Do I get that right?
The recommendations were those that we read. There were no other ones.
I'm using your words, sir, but the general staff provided general instruction about how these detention facilities should be run, yes or no?
Yes, we read them today here.
I want to ask you now then about the process of release of detainees, how it came about and who had the authority to do so. And last week you said that among those that had that authority were yourself and your staff. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
We're shown a number of decisions and individual decisions and amnesties whereby you exercise that authority to release detainees. Do you recall?
Yes.
Well, I have a general question and we'll go to the documents in a second, but can you tell us what, in your recollection, was the basis on which you considered that you had the authority to release these detainees who were detained within your zone of operation?
When the danger of them exposing our mission or military mission ceased to exist, when these individuals would not pose a threat any longer.
Maybe my question should have been more precise, and it's my fault. But I was not asking about the circumstances that enabled you to make these decisions. I'm speaking, if you wish, to the lawyer in you, Mr. Mustafa. What was the basis that you thought gave you the authority to release these individuals in the circumstances you've described?
We use the same basis on which we would detain people to release them. As soon as my officers and myself thought or considered that they did not pose any threat any longer, we would release them. So these would be general reasons, Your Honor.
Perhaps make it simpler for ourselves. If we can see Exhibit P169, ET for the English. If we can scroll down a little bit to the bottom of the Albanian version, please. Thank you. First, can you tell us who is the commander whose signature appears there?
The one of the military police unit.
The name of that individual?
Nazif
Mehmeti.
If we can go back up the document in both languages, please. Thank you. Now, can you focus on the first paragraph in that document, the one before the word decision, vendim? Can you see that one?
Oh.
Yes.
What the basis is for that decision?
Based on the Kosovo Liberation Army internal rules and regulations, General Staff communique, civilian administration rules and regulations, as well as based on KLA LAPI Operational Zone Commander, amnesty decision is issued.
The basis, to understand correctly, on which Mr. Mehmeti decided to release the individual who's mentioned in that document, correct?
As I said the other day, Mr. Mehmeti, when he issued documents, he wanted to be seen as an official person, and this is how he presented and drafted the documents. I don't have any further comments on this. Whenever I found myself in front of such decisions, or issued such decisions, I never referred to any KLA internal rules and regulations or communiques or civil administration rules and regulations. I would just invoke based on the KLA rules.
We'll come to yours in a second, but is that fair suggestion that Mr. Mehmeti consider he can release these particular individuals based on communiques of the General Staff and regulations of the General Staff, as well as an amnesty that you, sir, issued? Yes?
Your Honor, the issue was not to release them. We were happy for that moment to come when we would release them, because we were engaged in other matters. As soon as we received information that a particular individual did not represent any threat for the environment, we would release them. When Mr. Mehmeti drafted the document, he had to write something on it, and I am not able now to indicate what he was thinking, what he meant with this.
At the next document, that's Exhibit P225. And that, I think you saw it already last week on the 12th of July. That's an amnesty which you said you signed. You signed, correct?
Correct.
See that on the number 2, maybe, can you see the name that is there? It's the same name as in the previous document we saw, the one that Mr. Mehmeti was in fact implementing. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
As one of the bases on which he thought he had the authority to release that person was this amnesty. Do you recall that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The first paragraph of your decision before the word amnesty, it says the following about the basis on which you relied to issue that amnesty. It says that based on KLA rules and regulations, general staff communiques, civilian administration rules and regulation, as well as based on KLA Operational Zone Commander Decision 001, the following persons, and so on. So you too, sir, were in fact relying on the same basis and authorities to decide to amnesty detainees. Is that right?
My staff drafted it as we read it, and I had no reason to not sign it. I signed it. I don't have any further comments, just like I didn't have any one with respect to the previous one regarding Nazif.
As a careful and dedicated commander, you read the decisions and the order you issues before signing them, right?
We wanted to get rid of these persons as soon as possible, and we were happy that they were being released and leaving the location. Naturally, my administration, my staff, tried or attempted to prepare a document that was orderly.
But my question was, you read decisions and orders, amnesties, before you signed them, right?
I might have read it. However, I trusted my staff, and it was not indispensable for me to read it.
Can we then see perhaps exhibit P150, P150? And here, you were shown that document last week, Tuesday, and again, I think you accepted that it's your signature, yes, at the bottom?
Yes, that's my signature.
The one, another amnesty, ordering the release of some detainees. It's dated the 17th of January 1999. And if we look at the top of the document, the first paragraph again before the word amnesty, we have you signing to this based on the political declarations of the General Staff of the KLA, the internal regulation of the KLA, and based on the regulation of the civil administration, the commander of the LAP operational zone of the KLA announces this. So again, we have you rely on the same set of authorities to order the release of detainees. Is that right? So apart from the fact that instead of communiques, you're relying on political declarations of the General Staff. Is that a fair assessment?
I have signed these documents as provided by my staff. I see that they try to come up with a good document, a good quality document, a document that was based on rules and regulations.
But the authority that we can see you exercising here to amnesty people is the authority you thought you would find in these documents. Isn't that right, Mr. Mustafa?
This is how it reads. But I told you before as well that in my mind, the only prevailing reason was the military reason or reasons. So we wished for the environment where we lived to be the most peaceful possible and the most convenient possible.
Can we just look at the bottom of that document for a second, please? Can you just look at the bottom left corner, sir? To the left of the place and date. There's 3 lines. One says evidence, another one archive, and one parties. Could you tell us first maybe what evidence stands for?
The evidence refers to the needs of our sectors to reserve the right to have a copy of these documents.
Archives is the records of your...
The archive is the place where the documents were collected. And about the parties, I think that a copy of the document was given to one of the parties as well, because we were thinking that probably these documents will fall in the hands of the enemy or in the hands of the public. Therefore, we tried to give the impression that we were well prepared.
And just to be clear, when you say parties, you would give a copy of the document of release to the detainees who were being released, correct?
Oh.
Yes.
While we're on the topic of the communiques, I want to be sure that I've understood well what you've said before. You've answered these questions a couple of times, but I want to be sure I understand them properly. And if necessary, I'll go to your statement, sir. But is it fair to suggest that one of the functions that you made of General Staff communiques was for the purpose of the reorganization of your zone? Is that a fair proposition?
Can you please repeat the question once again? I didn't understand the interpretation. Can you please repeat it once again?
Hopefully I can do better than that. During your interview with the Office of the Prosecutor, the SPO here, you were asked this question. It's part 3, page 19, if useful to the parties, and part 3, page 25 for the Albanian. You were asked this question: when did the General Staff decide that there should be a policy of detaining collaborators? And your answer was there were communiques in which there were warnings that were given even before the war started. And we utilized those communiques as for our reorganization. As far as I remember from the very first communiques, there were warnings given to collaborators. So what I want to ask you, what I did ask you, was whether one of the use that you made of these communiques was for the purpose of reorganizing your zone.
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
Is it also fair to say, and if necessary, I'll put the relevant part to you as well, but those communiques from the general staff, you also understood them or interpreted them as authorizing you to deal with people obstructing the work of the KLA. Is that correct?
There were no details contained in the communiques about the way and how we should treat people. However, we had the communiques in front of us and we were thinking of the topic that you raised.
Maybe my question wasn't clear, but in your interview with the SPO, that's part 7, page 6, part 7, page 6, in the Albanian as well, you said, Mr. Prosecutor, there were also communiques before this, and the communiques gave permission to deal with people who were obstructing the work of the KLA. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
I want to go back then to the issue of the release of detainees. In your understanding, and again, if you don't know, sir, please say so, but to your understanding, was the general staff authorized to order the release of detainees?
This has not happened.
Well, this has not happened, or you don't know of a case where it happened?
I've never heard of this, and I haven't had any clash with the general staff about the subject matter.
I think you volunteered that information, but you discussed a person by the name of Enver Sekiratsa or Sekiraka last week on Wednesday, page 42. Do you remember discussing that person?
Yes, I remember.
The detainees whom you recall to have been detained in Mayats, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who it was that ordered his release?
We, together with the general staff, ordered the release. It was the time where we no longer had the conditions to keep the detainees as part of our premises.
We, together with the general staff, ordered the release. Who is it that ordered it? You or the general staff? Or was there a consultation between the two? What do you say happened there?
No, it was only my staff.
So what was the involvement of the general staff? You said we, together with the general staff.
I didn't say that.
I'll put the suggestion to you. This is what your head of military police says about it. And it's in his statement to the office of the prosecutor. He says, and I quote, "It was on the orders of the staff that he had been released." And he's speaking about the general staff. Now, do you have any reason to question that?
I'm sorry, would it be possible for us to see the excerpt to ensure that the general staff reference is correct? Because obviously there's been some discussion about those issues.
We'll bring it up.
It's ERN 055535-TR-ET, and I believe it should be part part 6. And I believe it's page 21 in the English, and I apologize to Mr. Emerson, I don't have the Albanian at hand, but I will look for it, but I will read it for the benefit of the witness. So it's part 6, page 21. And maybe we'll start at page 20 so you get a bit of context, sir. And if we can go up the page, please, in the English, thank you. And a bit further up. So there's discussion there about the individual of concern, and if we go down, further down, he explained the circumstances and so on and so forth. And then if we can go to the next page, please. It goes on about the circumstances of the release, and then at line 5, there's a discussion about why they remained in a good relationship, and the account that Mr. Mehmeti gives is that he had been released by the general staff, and it was on the orders of the staff that he had been released. Now, do you have any reason to dispute that account, Mr. Mustafa?
It is a bad interpretation because he meant the zone staff that was chaired by myself. So that was something that was known because we took part in a trial together with Mr. Mehmeti, and that is something that we both know. So that's bad reporting, in other words.
Your evidence is that this reference to the general staff must be an error of translation, that he must have meant, or he must have referred to the zone staff. Is that your evidence?
Yes, that's what I think, because the general staff had no connection whatsoever with this matter.
There's another incident you told us about, was the release of Fadil Suljevic. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Indicated that you had some serious concerns about these individuals and wanted to keep him in detention because of those concerns. Is that right?
That's right.
General staff came in to inquire about him, correct?
The general staff only issued a recommendation to release him as soon as possible.
Just going one step at a time, but do you know who informed the general staff that you had arrested Mr. Suljevic? Did you do that, or did they learn about it somewhere else?
Your second part.
No, I didn't notify them. But when Sulevich was arrested, there were too many people around. There were many people on his side that knew that he was detained by the Kosovo Liberation Army, by my region. I don't know exactly how this news was distributed and what they heard.
You say, and I quote your word, the General Staff only issued a recommendation to release him as soon as possible. But in fact, you told us repeatedly you did not want to release him, but you did in fact release him, correct? After receiving this, what you call a recommendation to release.
No, I didn't. I didn't release him. We released him after the war was over.
Last week you suggested we looked at the record of the trial of which you were, in which you were an accused, and to find out about the dates of his detention and arrest. Mr. Suljevic indeed says that he was released after 6 or 7 days in detention, sometimes in August of 1998 or September of 1999. Do you accept that, sir?
I'm afraid I may be my mistake, but I don't understand.
No, quite.
So just to follow the testimony, there seems to be a date with a year between the two of them. An approximation with a gap of a year. Is that correctly understood?
Judge Matro, I believe you misspoke and you said September of '99. Or
Then,
maybe you didn't.
Then I misspoke, but the transcript corrected me. I meant, I'm grateful. The transcript is more intelligent than me, Mr. Mišetić, that's clear. But, sir, the evidence of Mr. Suljevic in the trial in which you were an accused was that he would have been arrested and released sometimes in August 1998 or September of 1998. In other words, not after the conflict, but right in the middle of it. Is that consistent with your own recollection?
He was never released during that time. He was under the control of my military units. Probably he was not handcuffed, he was staying together with my soldiers, but he was not let go, he was not let free. He was not allowed to go back home or to go in any other place but in the place where my unit was staying.
Suljevic was in fact released, as he says, and as we heard in this courtroom. That would mean that you were not aware of it, sir, that he had been released without you being informed about it. Is that one possibility?
I have been informed constantly about this matter, and he was not released. From what I know, he was not released, but he was instead under a constant supervision of my soldiers so that he could not move without us knowing where he was going.
Okay, then we discussed a moment ago the question of the authority of the intelligence service to order the release of an individual, and I think I understood you to suggest that they did not have that authority. Am I correct, or is it something you're not aware of? In other words, did the intelligence sector have the authority to order the release of someone?
You.
No.
Can we please see document SPOE 4000795 _ ET. It's the same in our ERN for the Albanian version without the ET. And sir, I will come back to it in a minute about other issues, but I just want to give you a bit of context. This, we understand, is a statement issued by the office of Mr. Adem Demaci, and it pertains to the release of Mr. Stankovic, and I will give you the time to go through it at your time, but you will see that it is published on the 5th of October of 1998, which is about 10 days after Mr. Stankovic was actually released upon a decision of your staff. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you look at what Mr. Demaci says on behalf of the general staff there, it's the first paragraph after Pristina, 5 October. It says, and I will come back to the rest of the sentence, but it says, we have been informed that on 26 September 1998, the Secret Intelligence Service of the Kosovo Liberation Army in Lap operational zone took the decision to release Milovan Stankovic from detention. Can you see that?
Yes, I do.
In line with the directive of the KLA General Staff. Now, according to that press release, sir, the decision to release Mr. Stankovic was, in fact, taken by the intelligence sector of your zone, correct?
This is a public declaration of the political office of the KLA, including Adem Demaci.
So the question is, according to this document, the decision to release Mr. Stankovic was taken by the intelligence service of your sector, correct?
That's not correct.
Well, that's not correct, as in you dispute the content, or you suggest it's another translation mistake?
I know that I've been involved with my staff, and I know that we have released him.
So in that case, your position is the general staff was misinformed about who had released Mr. Stankovic, yes?
The general staff, I believe, was not informed at all, but the office of Adem Demaci was informed. And here is Mr. Demaci's office speaking.
So according to you, it's only Mr. Demaci who had been informed about that release, no one else in the general staff. Is that your evidence?
That's what I know.
Information to Mr. Demaci. Do you know who passed on that information about the release of Mr. Stankovic to him? Is that yourself?
Adem Demaci, through his people, but also directly, was holding regular meetings with us and with people of his office. He had an array of advisors that came and visited us on a daily basis. I believe the information has been distributed from my staff for public information, that is.
Understand your evidence correctly, he was misinformed by your staff about who had ordered the release of Mr. Stankovic, yes?
I believe he was informed right, but the information, the writing process of this information was compiled by him and his staff as they wished. We didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, there was no connection between us and the political office of Mr. Demace.
Maybe in a different way, but who do you understand released Mr. Stankovic? The signature you could not read on the order I showed you before. Who is it that had the authority to release him, if not the intelligence sector?
The authority belonged to my staff and myself, and we released him.
Now, I want to be sure I've understood something you've said, and that's about the intake of detainees. Now, when someone is arrested as a suspected collaborator within your zone, am I right to understand that a record would be made of this?
There could be an administrative notice of some sort.
And whatever the name, notice or administrative, but these would be made by the military police? Yes?
Whoever was the first to run across the person in question, but there were notes taken by the military police as well.
Once a collaborator or suspected collaborator is brought in, then the responsibility, if I understand things properly, the responsibility to verify whether there are indeed grounds to detain that person would be with the intelligence sector. Is that a correct understanding?
It was the responsibility of the village or of the environment where the person came from.
Once they brought to your responsibility, within the responsibility of your zone, within the responsibility of your military police, and within the responsibility of the detention centers in your zone, once they are there, whose responsibility is it to verify whether they are in fact grounds for detention?
There was no verification process in place. The police simply took care of those people. They made sure that they were fed and that they were provided with clothes. When we received information from the village where the person was taken away, that this person imposed no risk any longer, we would release such person.
Let me put just a statement to you, and you can comment on it if you can. It's again from your head of military police, Mr. Mehmeti. He was asked about that very subject. It's 055535-TR-ET. Part 5, page 6 and 7, and page 7 in the Albanian, but I'll read it for you. He's being asked, when members of the civil defense brought such person, was there any procedure to verify whether they took the order to act so? And his answer is, that was the duty of Sheikh. So, Mr. Mehmeti's understanding, right or wrong, appears to be that this was the intelligence sector that was responsible to carry out those checks. Do you have a different view than his?
Nuk do ta komentoj deklaratën.
I would not comment his statement.
Agree with it or disagree with it?
Burim të informata për person.
The source of information for the persons that we treated were the people, were the inhabitants of the areas where they came from. All the units of the Kosovo Liberation Army were authorized to be vigilant to identify who lives near the front line. All the people that we detained were living somewhere in vicinity of the defense line or of the front line.
With Mr. Mehmeti's statement?
I disagree, because that was no particular task of anyone.
That will be the end of today's session. We will start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Witness, thank you for being with us. Madam Usher, you can escort the witness out. Remember not to talk to anybody about this. We're adjourned.
All rise.